Final case of Tyrion Cuthbert. Let's fucking go. Final case of Tyrion Cuthbert, and hopefully the 0.15 viewers I need and one stream to reach affiliate will happen today. It'd be neat. It'd be really cool, actually. I'm trying to finish this game and also hit affiliate before I go to Korea for a month. And it would be very convenient for me if both of those things happened before I had to leave for an entire month. We're gonna try our fucking best to make that happen today. But yeah. Hopefully, I need to... If I had had the hindsight to, like, realize how nice the, like, menu theme music is for both Tyrion, Cuthbert, and Investigations, I would have put the menu music as, like, my waiting music. The way that game sources work now, at least how I have them set up on OBS, though it's not, like, practical. I'm not gonna do that, unfortunately, so I try to, like, sit on the menu screen for a couple seconds at least. Because especially Investigations has such a nice arrangement for the new release, for the collection. Hello. No, go the other way. There we go. Anyway, yay! Attorney of the Arcane. That's the name of the game. That's the name of the game, you guys. I'm terrified. I'm so worried. Oh, great. We're starting it off great. I have an idea for who this is, but also I think my voice for the character that I think it is not distinct enough for it to be a significant choice if I'm informed that it's someone else. I've killed people. They were usually criminals or bandits. It still frightened me how unaffected I was by their deaths. It always came so easily to me. I was good at it. A little too good. People told me that taking the lives of others would be hard. But I never felt that uneasiness. Not even once. It made me think that I was some kind of unfeeling monster. Maybe I am. But the time I spent with you filled me with more happiness than I could have ever dreamed of. Instead of taking lives, I could save them alongside you. It felt good to protect you. I felt needed when I knew you were relying on me. It made me feel like I was actually worth something to someone. And whenever I saw the light in your eyes, it filled my heart with a warm feeling that I've never felt before. But it was too good to be true, wasn't it? In the end, I failed you. I couldn't protect you. Just like I couldn't protect my father. I don't understand. What did you ever see in someone like me? Chat is finally working again? Was chat broken? What happened? Also, I'm wondering if my connection has something to do with it. Also, because one, hi Temsic. Two, it says you're not in the chat, Temsic. Who knows? Tyrion? Happens to me from time to time. Oh, okay. Oh, is it that thing where it's just like, the chat is not connected right now? Because I've noticed that also happening to me, and I have to, like, completely exit out of the... When I'm on my phone, I have to exit out of the app completely. It's very weird. It's very strange. You still haven't gotten out of bed yet. It's almost noon. Yeah, I hate it when that happens. It happens anytime I'm trying to say something, like, really funny that's, like, time sensitive. And it always does that, and it's super annoying. Especially, like, if you're on a Twitch affiliate stream, like, it'll restart the ads. So you can't get your joke out in time. I think I just want to rest today. You've been saying that for the last 10 days. Anyway, yeah, I love the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Someone is actually here to see you.
You should really get out of bed.
Is it Tamara?
No.
I don't want it to be Tamara. I don't really want to see her right now.
Is it Rika? Is it Rika? Or is it Orem?
I'm still not really in the mood. Can you just send them away?
Arya! Oh, that's the best option it could have been. Arya! I missed her. I'm glad she's presumably okay.
Hello, it's not a leaf. I assume you read that as it's not a leaf, which is a very fun name.
That's a bit rude, but I suppose I can overlook it this time.
This is Steeland! As the prosecutor enters your room, you immediately leap out of your bed. You try to futilely clean up your unkempt hair, but you're just making it worse. Arya, can we be friends?
Tyrion! Pants!
Right, sorry.
We'll give you some time to ready yourself.
I want Tyrion and Arya to be best friends so bad.
I knew he was in a rut, but I certainly didn't expect this. You know, I'm really worried about him. I empathize with his situation, but it's been a month already. Have you tried speaking with him?
Boy, he's a mess.
He has opened up to you before. Did, but I think he's really broken up over what happened with Ruby. She's basically the closest thing he had to family. I see. Perhaps he just needs more time.
After taking some time to make yourself presentable, you exit your room to greet the prosecutor properly. I love that she's nice and is like actually coming to check in on us. It's like a reverse Great Ace Attorney 2-4. Sorry about that.
No, I suppose the fault here is mine. I shouldn't have intruded.
That's how everyone says it. I was trying to make it sound like my first name. Oh! It's Natalie F. That makes more sense. I fully have been reading it as it's not a leaf this entire time, but Natalie F makes more sense. Anyway, what brings you here?
Are you doing well, Mr. Cuthbert? You seem...
I'm fine.
Of course.
Watched the first part of the VOD last week. The 4-minute breakdown of Ruby, yeah. My VODs are finally caught up. Wait, I can use the... My VODs are finally caught up, so you can catch up with this entire game now. I've been so, like, crazy busy lately.
I just couldn't help but notice your absence.
I will call you Nat in that case. I used to know. I had a classmate named Natalie who went by Nat.
You haven't taken any other clients since Beatrice's trial?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not even sure if I want to be a defense attorney anymore.
What?
Spent my whole life training to be one. I was only doing it because someone else told me to. Wow, this really is the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruto.
Did you not enjoy it? You are very skilled at it.
Thanks, Arya. I don't know. I've been trying to take some time to think about everything. You still haven't found any answers.
Have you considered becoming a prosecutor? Your time as my stand-in made it clear that you have the ability to.
Prosecutor? You would have never considered that a year ago. But you understand now. There are criminals who need to be brought to justice. And despite how difficult she is to face, Steelman never engages in outright corruption like the other prosecutors of the Crown. Yeah, it's a really good... I like the deconstruction, it's very good. On the last case of investigations too, yay! It's the last few cases of investigations too are really good. I'm very excited to get to them in the remake. If you follow her example, you could fight injustice that way. I also find it very funny that this is like the opposite of the dilemma Edgeworth has in investigations too. Because at least I feel like it's framed a little bit differently in the official translation in a way that I really like, where Edgeworth is like, well, is helping people, like, is being a defense attorney helping people? Is that the only way I can do it? But he ultimately, like, obviously stays as a prosecutor by the end of it. because he continues to be a prosecutor in the later games. I also haven't gotten to Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice on my own, but I'm very happy that, like, I'm very happy with the like the professional what is the word that I'm looking for? Like the path he ends up on post investigations, especially because we don't hear about him in Apollo Justice and that happens next chronologically. I like I'm very proud of this collection of pixels. I'm happy for him. Also, like, I've been shifting my voices a little bit as I learn more about these characters and about the game. And not to make this my Great Ace Attorney headcanons all over again, but I have been trying to make the voice in Tyrion's head, the DM, if you will. I've been trying to make it Frey. I've been trying to make it his mother. Who is kind of an in-between voice between Miss Tamora and Tyrion, which is kind of just my voice, so it's kind of hard to tell. It's kind of hard to tell that that's the voice I'm doing. But the good news is if it ends up being somebody else totally, I can switch that voice. But even if you did that, you'd just be following in someone else's footsteps. Just like before. What the fuck is that noise outside my... Why is somebody... There's a truck outside my window just backing up. I'll think about it.
Please do. At this point, I could use all the help that I can find.
I want to talk to you. Yay. Have your injuries been healing well?
Yes, Nightgrave's skill in necromancy is quite remarkable. I'm glad I introduced him to House... Oh god, that's a set of consonants.
Asclepius? No, that sounds wrong. Ass. Asclepius? Sure. Asclepius? Okay, that makes more sense. Ass as in ass, Klee as in Genshin Impact, P as in piss, and us as in us. Got it. Asclepius.
House Asclepius specializes in the study of necromancy.
But then you get revived with the power of necromancy.
After Nightgrave's expulsion from the academy, I thought it was only right that he be allowed to continue his studies. Right, he mentioned that he owed you a favor.
This, too, is Dragon Age the Veilguard.
It was only logical. It would be a waste to let someone of his talents fade into obscurity.
We're glad Walnuts was able to continue his studies. Little avatar just lights up. I love her. Tiny Pepsi-sized Twi-Fairy. I did a tutorial of it, actually. There are other tutorials on YouTube, so I haven't posted one, but a couple of friends asked me how to do it. And it's a very, very simple setup. As long as you have like an open mouth and a closed mouth sprite, you can do it with like 5 minutes and a Discord account. It's great. Asclepius was oh, it's Greek. Okay. I was gonna say, it sounded vaguely familiar. He clearly wants to use his talents to better society. I'm also guessing then that Asclepius probably doesn't come up again. He's definitely in a better place than you are right now. I could be totally wrong. Even so, should you still be moving around like this? You should take some time off to recover.
As much as I would like to, there's been a recent uptick in cases of mage blight lately.
Oh, we're going back to the mage blight thing. Great. I was wondering when that was going to come up again. Mage blight. You recall hearing about that many times. If a mage exceeds their stamina by overusing their magic, it starts to affect their mind and send them into a violent frenzy.
To make matters worse, the nobility has been trying to suppress information about these incidents.
Right, it's not a good look whenever a mage goes on a murderous rampage. This too is Dragon Age. Wait, can I present my attorney's badge?
Why are you showing this to me?
Sorry, of course I have it. Have your injuries been healing well? Oh, it's the same dialogue. Do we have an Aster to present? We don't. Tragic.
By the way, Tyrion, Ruby sent another letter. Do you want to...
Put it with the rest.
Right.
She sent us multiple letters and hasn't come to see us.
Have you spoken to her since the trial? I see. That does explain her recent mood. Right, you two probably see each other a lot. I prosecuted a few of her clients recently. But it's still clear she's not nearly as threatening as before.
After that trial, I don't want her to go to work at all. Could we talk about something else?
Of course, my apologies. I was actually surprised to see you here, Celeste. Well, I can't just leave him alone anymore. He ticked off a criminal overlord. And he can't really take care of himself right now. You're definitely going to send someone after him.
Celeste, your thoughts are leaking.
Hey, get out of my head! What?
It's nothing. Your thoughts are leaking.
I am surprised, though. Not many people slight the Eye Taker and live. He's known for taking swift retaliation against his enemies. We're hoping he's laying low after his plan with Beatrice fell through. That does match with the reports I've read.
Supposedly, ooh.
Sorry. Supposedly he's been absent from many of his enterprises. Oh, the tea's ready. Oh, thank you. Some tea sounds lovely right now. Right, I was totally making it for you guys.
I am very glad that we told her, finally. I was very worried. I had faith in the writers, but I was also very worried it was going to become a point of drama. The worst case scenario for me was, oh, Ruby is going to reveal to Celeste that you've been able to read her thoughts this entire time, and it's going to be played for drama, and then we'll have to reconcile after that. But we already had our disagreements in making up thing, so I'm glad we didn't go that route. I'm glad we just got to tell her. And I'm also glad that, it was a choice that Tyrion made to trust somebody when Timora has been sort of isolating him for years and years. She walks to the cabinet in your kitchen and she takes out 2 more teacups.
You guys better enjoy this. These are my last bags of... Whoa!
As she walks over to you, she slips on a scroll case that you left on the floor. She regains her balance, but the teacups slip out of her hands. The boiling liquid is airborne and heading straight towards your face.
Higakwa.
Celeste reacts immediately and points her index finger at the tea. Her magic takes hold and the tea freezes just inches from your face. You breathes a sigh of relief, and she brings the tea back into their cups.
You really need to clean this place. I'm your bodyguard, not your maid.
Right. Sorry about that.
That was shape liquid, wasn't it?
Yeah. Aha! Oh, I never expected you to...
I know, but it's just too convenient not to have.
She's really opened her mind about learning new spells. You remember when you first met her? Back then, she only knew how to cast Mage Blade. She hated magic back then. You never imagined how diverse her repertoire would become. You know how, we never clicked on that other dialogue. Hello, welcome. You know how in the span of 1 book of Avatar, Katara gets, really good at waterbending? She starts book 1, not really knowing how to waterbend whatsoever, and by the end of it, she's one of the most skilled waterbenders, ever, because she's able to surpass Paku. That is what I'm getting from Celeste. It was definitely Colonel Mustard in the it was Colonel Mustard in the candlestick with the conservatory. Yes, that's correct. I'm already up, I'll check it.
Well, whoever they are, I'm not giving up any more of my lotus tea.
I love that she still has that lotus tea. She's been rationing it. You open the door and don't see anyone, but there's a letter in your mailbox. Is it from Timora again? You take a closer look. It's sealed with candle wax. Oh! There's a crest on it. It's the insignia of House Pierce. You quickly open the letter and read it. Despite supposedly being written by a noble, the paper has been torn in half, but the message is clear. I don't remember his voice. I hope you understand. I would have never contacted you unless I had no other choice. I know the truth behind Miss... Wow. Yep, that's what I thought. I know the truth behind McCoy's true parentage, and I'm aware of how vital this information is to you.
Oh, hi! Hello! It's good to see you.
As you know, my execution is scheduled for next month, and I'm running out of time. I want to trade this information with you. In exchange, you will grant me my freedom. No. No. Like, no. Meet me in the private prayer room within the grand...
Ah! Who followed me?
Thank you. Oh, Treasure Donut, hey! Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Meet me in the private prayer room within the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord at 2 p.m. You will save me from my fate, or else. What? That's like... Does Pierce realize he, like, does not have the leverage in this situation? He super doesn't.
If he thinks for a second that we'd even think of helping him.
I know how you feel, but aren't these the answers you've been looking for?
I don't care. We're not going to help him.
See? That was never an option, but there's clearly more to this.
I agree. How was he able to find out in the first place? The truth is, Celeste, I've also been looking into your parentage.
Yay! Everybody ever should watch Turnabout and Ace Attorney musical. I play a lot of heart. There's also a Turnabout Big Top musical. I play a barbershop clown. You guys should listen to both. They're both really good.
What? Why didn't you say anything? I'm sorry, but I didn't want to raise your hopes. And I was apparently right to do so. I couldn't find any information regarding your birth.
I have a theory. So if you couldn't find anything, how was Pierce able to?
House Pierce is low on the political hierarchy. He doesn't have access to the resources I do. He does own the land the McCoy Tavern is on.
Miss Lotta. I actually, hilariously, before I auditioned for Turnabout and Ace Attorney musical, and honestly still to this day, Lotta is not among my favorite witnesses to deal with. I don't really dislike characters as like the only times I really dislike characters are when they are like made to be disliked. But like dealing with her as a witness, good lord. Should I say my theory about... Did I say my theory about Celeste's family? I don't remember if I did, but it is the last case. I may as well say it if I haven't yet.
But frankly, this whole situation is quite suspect.
I haven't. It's the last case. When we get to a certain spread, I'll mention it again. And why would he ask me for my help? I was the one who indicted him in the first place. Even if I did agree to help him, it would be nearly impossible for me to get him an acquittal.
He must be desperate. His execution is scheduled for next month, after all. It's possible that he reached out to Tamora as well. Still, I can't believe he set up a meeting at the Grand Cathedral today of all days.
It's a holiday or something, isn't it? Why? What's happening there?
I'm sorry, but it's not my place to tell you.
Oh.
Arya, I had a hiccup. Can I talk with Tyrion alone for a minute? Of course. I'm sure you have much to discuss. I can't believe he'd use that as an opportunity.
Witness in Mind Chess Lotta can get pretty annoying. I forgot that we had to go up against her in Mind Chess. Yeesh. I haven't gotten there yet in the remake.
I'll be taking my leave.
I'm sorry. I'm sure this is just bringing up bad memories for you.
We should meet with him.
What?
We're not going to help him, obviously, but I had an idea. He's probably really scared of his execution, right? And he's desperate enough to ask you for help.
I suppose that's true.
So, think about how stressed he would be if you showed up and refused to help him.
I could use the Eye of Horus on him.
We can get the info we need without having to give him anything.
But are you really okay with this? You'll have to see him again.
Yeah, I'll manage. And it'll be worth it if we can finally get the answers we're looking for. I'm looking for. Whoops.
You've already gotten our hopes up, but there's no guarantee that he actually knows the truth. He could just be bluffing to get you to help him. I feel like it's a trap. But if he does know, you can't just ignore this. I feel like it's a trap. You need to verify his claims yourself. Also, why is he just like walking around if he's scheduled for execution? Oh, this is pretty. Turning up my volume.
So, this is the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord.
Bitch, that's Skullhead Kylum. Have you never been here before? I thought you spent a lot of time in It's called Ratholm?
The Church of Bahamut wasn't that popular in my hometown, and I've never been the religious type. What about you?
It never really caught on with me. And apparently my roots are more celestial than draconic.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Certainly has the looks for it. Your thoughts are leaking again.
Can you stop?
Can't exactly turn it off, you know. Celeste, I think your speech bubble and your thought bubble are mixed up. I love that your thoughts are leaking. That's cute. I really liked Mind Chess, but the timer is a bit stressful. It's not, like, terrible when you realize how long you have, like, time to answer things, but, gameplay-wise, Investigations 2 is not really my favorite. And the mini-games rank pretty low on my end. But I think that kind of comes with the territory of, like, Apollo Justice is like this, too, where I'm like, why are all these mini-games in here? And the answer is because they, like, had just started on the DS. And they're like, we need to show off all the DS features. So I get it. Story-wise, though, Investigations 2 I very much enjoy. Do those mental exercises I taught you. They're cute. They're cute. As you approach the Grand Cathedral, you see a large blockade guarded by legions of the King's Guard.
It's closed off. Is there some kind of event going on?
You recall Steelman mentioning that she was heading here as well. The nobility must be using the cathedral grounds for something. I don't like this one bit. It might explain why Pierce wanted to meet you here. It's probably secluded from prying eyes today. I don't like it. I feel like this is we're gonna put all the nobles in one room and we're gonna kill them all. This is, it feels like the fucking, you know, the beginning of Final Fantasy 15, where, like, they're like, we're gonna do peace talks, and then they kill everybody at the peace talks. Or Dragon Age Inquisition, where they go, we're going to do peace talks, and they kill everybody at the peace talks. Why does this keep happening? Tyrion Cuthbert. As you approach the blockade, one of the knights notices you. He glances at you and Celeste. We've been expecting you. I see. You exchange glances with Celeste, but you both enter the cathedral grounds. A lot of people getting killed at the peace talks. Guys, I think they're really bad at the peace talks. Oh, I just like smacked my elbow into a scented candle on my desk. The main building is massive, yet mostly empty. This is a very pretty background. You only see a few people within, and most of them are quite familiar. Let me guess, Von Sanctus. Steelwind. Oh, Leif! Nice. You spot Leif and Miriam as you head further into the room. It's gonna be the Pillar families, right? Both avoid eye contact with you, but it doesn't seem to be purely out of resentment. Hey, Leif. As soon as they see you, they move their conversation elsewhere. Yeah, that's fair. It's clear they still have mixed feelings about how you convicted their sister. Fucking Von Sanctus, man. Yeah, the investigation shirts. You can now get Splatworth on a t-shirt. I don't wear t-shirts very often, but I kind of want to get one just to own it. You can get Splatworth, and you can get the proto-badger about to beat the shit out of you on a t-shirt. In another corner of the room, you spot Lloyd Von Sanctus speaking with another individual. Oh, that's a pretty design. She seems to be someone of equal social standing. You feel like you've seen her somewhere before, but you can't quite remember where. I also feel like we've seen her somewhere before and can't figure out where. I didn't see her at the... I don't know. As soon as you enter the room, Von Sanctus flashes a quick look of disdain at you. You see him slowly move his conversation out of the room as well. Man. Hey, Lucio. Finally, you see Lucio Steelwind speaking with his daughter, get her out of there, along with the two princes. Hey, Alaric. They seem to be speaking with another individual that you haven't met before. Who the hell are you? I know you're the cover of the case, but who the hell are you? When he notices you, his gaze narrows, and he stares at the two of you warily. Aster, especially, seems surprised to see you here. He and Lucio ask the prosecutor something, but you can't quite hear their conversation. When she responds, Aster raises his eyebrows and Lucio's expression darkens. What's going on here?
This is a little awkward.
Yeah. But we have some time before our meeting with Pierce. You want to do some sightseeing?
Oh, you asking me out?
We are literally already out.
Sure, why not? I picked up this map from the entrance. We can use it to navigate through the area.
Map of the Grand Cathedral has been added to your notes.
I'm also a little interested in what all those nobles are doing here.
It is strange. Perhaps someone can ask you more. Ask you more can tell you more. Where is the ask her out button? Where is it?
I think I saw Arya over there. We should go say hi.
As you approach the group, the Grand General and the unnamed noble stare at the two of you. Hello? The nobleman looks at you and then at Celeste. He silently scans the two of you, as if he's trying to read something. I want to check something.
Oh, we still have Pubby. We still have Pubby here.
Okay. Do we have... Okay, your eyes are gold. Your eyes are gold. Your eyes are red. Sanctus's eyes are green. Pierce's eyes are blue. I'm trying to grasp at straws here to try and figure out who's related to who. So that's... It's as if he's trying to read something. He then walks away without a word. Rude. At this point, I'm kind of used to it. Mr. Cuthbert and Miss McCoy, I'm surprised to see you here. What? I thought you were the one who invited them. I'm sad to say that I didn't. Although I am happy to see you, nonetheless. What brings you to the Grand Cathedral today? We were actually... Oh, that's Tyrion. We were actually invited by another noble. We have a meeting with him. What? None of the people here are allowed... None of the people here are allowed to invite guests. It's gonna take me a second to get into my Van Zeek's voice for this guy. Why didn't the gods stop you? Oh, they said they were expecting us? What?
It was Lord Pierce who invited them.
Pierce! That little... And to think I granted his request for temporary release. Oh, that explains it. I'm sure he meant no disrespect by it. He probably had his reasons. How can you say that? This is the day of your... Oh my god. Oh my god. We're not at the wedding, are we? He stops himself mid-sentence and clears his throat. Make no mistake. Even if he is a dead man, I will have words with him about this. Are we at your wedding? I have to ask, why are all these nobles gathered here? You've taken over the entire Grand Cathedral. As you ask that question, everyone seems to tense up. Prosecutor awkwardly looks at the two princes. Prince Alaric avoids eye contact with everyone and just stares at the ground. I'm sorry, but I'm not at liberty to tell you that. It's a matter of public safety. I see. A little strange, but you can read the room. Crying isn't the best thing to do right now. You said that Lord Pierce invited you here. For what reason? I can't really tell you that. You will tell us if it poses a threat to the nobles in attendance. Please, Lord Steelwind, there's no need for that. Mr. Cuthbert would never do anything to put anyone's life in danger. I don't trust it, though. Is this the reason why Pierce asked for temporary release? As you wish, your Majesty. Oh, fuck, are we at a coronation? Are we at a coronation? Listen, they've gotten titles wrong before, but the switch from Highness to Majesty usually is from Prince to King. Oof. So Pierce was temporarily released to attend whatever this is. He could have met with you in a cell, but perhaps he wanted to be away from prying eyes. Oh, that's supposed to happen? I guess. Okay. Lady Steelwind, Your Majesty. The High Speaker is ready to speak with you. Oh, wonderful. I've been looking forward to this all day. Shall we go together, Miss Steelwind? Okay, it's either a wedding or the coronation. I don't know, man. Yes, Your Majesty. She would like to accompany you. Wonderful. We shouldn't keep him waiting.
Okay.
Scale Lord. How does she plan to marry him if she can't even speak properly in his presence?
Honestly. I also have something important to do. Good day to you, commoners. He's going towards the washrooms.
I will be taking my leave as well. But make no mistake. My men will be keeping an eye on you two. Everyone has left the room now. Perhaps you should move somewhere else.
Can we look around? I'm gonna look around.
The background's very pretty. I'd like to look around it. Wait, what happened? Hold on. There we go. What's it? Why is it so buggy? Oh. It's a stained glass window. Small ray of sunlight is shining through it. Why is it so buggy? Come on, there we go. There are rows upon rows of seats for worshippers to sit at. At full capacity, this room could probably host thousands of people at a time.
Arcanum.
Damn, nothing? In the church? Okay. Common room. Oh, that's pretty too! What a pretty church. Oh, fucking Von Sanctus. Oh, what are you doing here? Did you follow us?
Not intentionally.
Trust me, you're the last person we wanted to see today.
Hush now, Von Sanctus. If they are here by chance, it is because the cosmic balance wills it so.
Ah, not this again. Sorry, I don't think we've met. What in the magical girl-ass orb?
I am Coraline Sybil, Lady of the House of Sybil.
Well, that's a fun name. I wonder if you are a divination expert. So this is the head of the fourth pillar family. Time to uncosmic your balance. She's not quite what you were expecting. Between her, Lucio, Lloyd, and William, she definitely seems the most agreeable. For better or worse, you've gotten to know the other pillar families decently well. It might benefit you to know more about her. Hello. So you're the leader of House Sybil. What does your family do exactly? How are you this ignorant? Oh yeah, you are divination. Aha, got it.
Each of the 4 pillars, as you commoners call them, control different branches of the kingdom's government. House Steelwind oversees national defense and law enforcement. House Freyga oversees economic development and finances. House Von Sanctus handles commerce, both local and international. And finally, there's House Sybil. We handle the kingdom's legislative and judicial branches.
Oh. That would also mean you're responsible for our kingdom's justice system. The characters are very pretty.
That is correct.
Oh, wonderful. Here we go. Lady Sybil, you are aware of the rampant corruption happening within your justice system. Tyrion, not now!
I suppose it's only inevitable that you'd see it that way.
Am I wrong? I've been involved in plenty of court cases, and it's very obvious. All your courts care about is closing cases as quickly as possible. The system is corrupt to its core. The courts don't even try to hide it half the time.
Yet you've prevailed against this so-called corruption in each and every one of your cases.
Ow. Only against every conceivable odd. And I can't be everywhere. Do you have any idea how many commoners are falsely convicted every day?
If they are so convicted under my system, it's only because the cosmic balance deems it so.
Okay. Hello, Verity Gavel meets Strongheart. What are you even talking about?
The cosmic balance is the natural order of things. Under it, the guilty are punished while the innocent are protected.
And yet, when a noble commits a crime, they only need to waive their influence to escape any consequences. While their victims are forced to suffer in silence. Or worse, an innocent commoner is framed for a crime.
Regardless of your personal feelings, I skipped the dialogue box. Hold on. Our kingdom needs the nobility to govern the people. If they were held to the same standards as commoners, our society would surely collapse.
You take back what you said about her being the most agreeable of the four pillars. She's the worst! So you think nobles like Pierce and Von Sanctus should just be allowed to get away with murder?
Are you still sore about that?
I'm sure you've realized it by now. I've more than paid for what happened with Jason Wynn.
His name was Justin Way.
And if you were truly paying for your crimes, you would be in prison right now.
Von Sanctus made a mistake, but removing him from his position would only create more suffering. Our government is barely recovering from the death of William Frege. Wivengard can't suffer the loss of another house leader this close to that.
Hey, maybe that means your system's bugged. The way I see it, I think you nobles overstate your importance in our lives. We'd probably be fine without you.
And I suppose you commoners are capable of coordinating macroeconomic initiatives?
Literally, yes.
Oh, and I suppose you're also capable of engaging in diplomacy with the other nations.
He was just in the way.
Face it, as much as you are loath to admit it, ours is a symbiotic relationship. More like a parasitic relationship.
So what? The common folk should just continue to suffer for the good of our nation? Lady Sybil, the people of the kingdom you claim to be protecting are suffering because of your inaction.
My inaction? You place the blame on me, but what have you done? You were once a champion of your so-called justice, but you've stopped your work as a defense attorney. How many lives could you have saved in the 1 month that you spent on vacation? It's not his responsibility to solve your mess. You have no idea how much he suffered trying to do the right thing.
Celeste.
Perhaps you're right. You shouldn't bear that kind of responsibility alone. But every commoner has the ability to learn and practice law as you do, Mr. Cuthbert. So why are you one the few
Oh, I see what happened.
So why are you one of the few commoners that do so? From what I've heard, you're one of the few people who defend mages of the common folk. Every other attorney wouldn't even consider taking them as clients. Perhaps the problem lies in the common folk, then. They are fully capable of rising to defend the so-called innocent, yet they do nothing.
Never mind, this was clearly a mistake. Let's go, Celeste.
Yeah.
Finally, thank the scaled lord.
You okay?
Yeah, I guess I should have expected that. I never expected someone with so much power to be so out of touch with reality.
Come on, let's go somewhere else. We still have some time before the meeting.
Hey, you want to look at my attorney's badge? What do you think about this, Lady Sybil?
It is not my role to speak of such things.
In other words, she has nothing to say about that.
Okay, let's move.
Oh, pretty good. What? What? You find yourself in the Grand Cathedral's garden and stumble upon a large statue that's at a party.
Wow, that's a little out of place.
She's pondering the orb.
What even is it?
If my memory is correct, it's a Pegasus. Why the fuck are you here? Ah!
Hello, friends.
As you inspect the contemporary piece of artwork, you're startled by a familiar voice. Gotta examine the unicorn. Oh no. And it looks like she's not alone either. Along with Eris, she seems to be accompanied by both of her sisters. Beatrice, aren't you supposed to be dead? Sorry, I wasn't trying to say. No, it's perfectly understandable. You, of all people, know what was on my blood contract. But it appears the Lady of Discord isn't going to kill me just yet. Do you really have to do that? What? Never mind. Eris, get out of here. Right. It's a little awkward speaking to the Frege sisters after everything that's happened. But they don't seem hostile, and all things considered, you prefer their company over Sybil's. Although, you're still not sure how you feel about speaking with a murderer, especially one that you indicted. Well, it'll be our second time today, hee. And pretty soon it'll be 3 for 3. But Beatrice clearly knows more about demons and their kind than you do. You wonder if she knows anything about the Heavensborn. So, you seem to be doing well, all things considered. I mean, how a demon now has ownership over my soul. Yeah, that.
How can you be so calm about this? I must agree with Miriam. It's a little unnerving how nonchalantly you're treating this.
I suppose it's the knowledge that everything is out of my hands now. There's something peaceful about it.
That's certainly a positive way to look at it.
You know, my offer still stands. I can try to help you. At the risk of your own life? Which part of the contract would you dispute anyway? The Divine Edict made you aware of every element in her blood contract. There was very little room for interpretation. It was airtight. The demon I signed that contract with was very meticulous about the details. Oh my god, she's only 23. I didn't realize that. Or maybe I did and I forgot. She's young. She's younger than me. Only a year, but like still. I've spent the last 5 years looking for any possible loopholes, but I didn't find anything substantial I could use. I don't even think disputing it is possible. I'm sorry. Don't be. You defeated me. I won't suffer your pity. Or Miriam. Okay, let's look at the unicorn before I clear through the dialogue options. What is this thing, by the way? You called it a Pegasus earlier? It's a creature of divine origin. Many people believe that the angels of the upper planes rode these creatures into battle. I see. You feel some kinship to it? I can only feel its suffering.
What?
Its face is contorted into an expression of pure agony. It screams out in terror, yet no one can hear its pleas for mercy. Lean, I think he's broken. Someone ignorant of its plight has placed some sort of vain party hat upon its head. It's as if they are mocking its torment, like some kind of demon torturing a poor soul in the fields of Avernus.
What are you even saying?
I'm sorry. I need to take a moment to think about what I've just witnessed here. We all should.
All right, Tyrion, you go do that.
What the fuck? Literally, who put the party hat up there? I believe the weird disgusting is a backer in joke. Okay. What the hell, Tyrion? Feel like we always end up randomly meeting like this, Eris. What brings you here?
I requested to accompany Beatrice to this event. After all, I don't have many opportunities to enter a church like this.
I can imagine. By the way, is your father still...
Oh, if you're worried about him, we've already had a conversation about you. I don't think he'll be accosting you anytime soon.
Oh. Thank you.
That seems too good to be true. How'd you pull something like that off? He may look like a hardened criminal, but he's always had a soft spot for his family. He also owed me, and I have a way of making people see things my way.
He's right about that. Wait, if you're here, does that mean Maranath is also... Oh, heavens no. There's no way they'd let me bring him here, of all places. I left him at the entrance with the King's Guard. If he tries to escape, that knight over there is ordered to kill me. He gestures towards a knight that's silently watching the sisters from afar. You're surprisingly calm about this. Please, I regularly deal with demons. This is nothing in comparison. You really haven't changed. I suppose not. Wait, does that mean you can't see right now? How did you know which statue I was looking at? It was a lucky guess. That grotesque statue certainly makes an impression on you. Oh, Maranath just spoke with me. He wanted me to let you know that he can smell your celestial stink from the entrance. Love you too, Maranath. Oh, wow. I probably shouldn't repeat his response to that. Love Maranath. He's goofy. By the way, you seem to know a lot more about these things than I do. What exactly is a Heavensborn? What? Did you seriously not know? But you know how to issue a divine edict. It's a very advanced technique. It sort of came to me in the moment. What? Anyway, I'm quite surprised you don't know about your lineage. Interesting that we threw Aerith off. Perhaps my mother knew, but I lost her when I was really young. I see. You have my condolences. But to answer your question, a Heavensborn is a human whose bloodline has been touched by the gods. Oh, an Aasimar. Gods? You mean like the Scaled Lord? No, I'm speaking of the actual gods. Beatrice, you can't say that here. Oh, come off it. What's the church going to do? Arrest me? Anyway, your blood has been touched by the Celestials of the Upper Planes. Much like my soul is bound to the abyssal hells, your soul is consecrated and tied to the heavens. The heavens? Is that why you're able to use the Eye of Horus? Some kind of angelic power? Make no mistake, though. Angel cake. And I'm not talking about the dessert. If you find yourself under the wrong circumstances, even you can be sent to hell. That's a good fucking line. The Church of Bahamut is prominent in Wyverngard, but this is the first time I've heard of the Celestial Gods. This too is Dragon Age Inquisition. Oh, that makes sense. Or maybe Dragon Age is Veilguard, honestly. It's probably because of Wyverngard's bloody history with the Theocracy of Lumina. The Theocracy? Aren't they the nation northeast of us? Yes. The Luminites worship the Celestial Gods, while our people worship the ancient dragons. It's a little bit, Rome, essentially, well, I'd have to go back into actual history to figure that out, but like the shift from polytheism to Abrahamic religion. A few decades ago, our nation was locked in a bitter war with the Luminites. Even now, the crown sees the celestial religions as a possible threat to our draconic culture. It's funny because draconic can also mean, like, too harsh and, draconic. Her hair is very pretty. The church has done its best to wipe out any religion. I can't talk. To wipe out any religions that worship the Celestials. I see.
But if your bloodline is blessed by the Celestials, does that mean our kids will also be Heavensborn? Jesus, Celeste!
I suppose so. I think my mother was also a... Wait, what did you just say?
Your kids! I asked if your kids will be Heavensborn.
Oh, I must have misheard you then. I love Celeste. I love Celeste so much.
Wow.
If only you were always this easy to lie to. Anyway, I'm a little curious about the Theocracy of Lumina. If they worship Celestials there, would I find other Heavensborn there? I love how She found out that Tyrion could read minds, and instead of being, like, more secretive about her obvious feelings for Tyrion, they're just, like, all over the place now. Heavensborn aren't that common there, either. Frankly, I'm surprised there's even one Heavensborn living in Wyverngard. How did your bloodline ever find its way here? Whoops. I suppose I don't really know. My mother never told me much about our ancestry. That makes sense. If the Church of Bahamut knew what you were, they would have definitely hunted you down. Ooh, that's not good luck. Great. Last thing you need is another faction that wants to kill you. Anyway, travel into and out of Wyverngard is technically illegal. I, like, never processed that. Like, you literally cannot leave. Can you take a screenshot and post that I'm watching your stream on my story? Yeah, go ahead, definitely. And I doubt that Lucio Steelman would make an exemption for you. He is an old veteran of the Great Luminite War. That's, like, bonkers that that war is recent. Veteran? Vet? I love Tracker.
Oh no.
Hate the vet. I'm not going. You'll never take me alive. Oh no, Tracker. You all watch it. Tracker frantically runs through the garden, barking loudly. Tracker, no. Leaf chases after him as he runs towards someone. Oh, Tracker.
I should probably go help her.
Almost 2 p.m. anyway. We should head to the prayer room. Thank you for answering my questions, Beatrice. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help with your situation. Of course. I really like Beatrice. Just, like, she's doomed at this point. I don't know if we're going to be able to get her out of her contract, but man. Let's go, Celeste.
Right. Try not to look so down. It's almost time for the main event.
Why did you bring me here?
Oh, who knows?
Whatever you're planning to make me do, please. Please don't make me harm my sisters.
You're in no position to make demands. You'll just have to see for yourself.
God, poor Beatrice. Stay safe, Mr. Cuthbert. Ooh, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good.
Arcanum.
Okay. Yeah, the string of bad decisions that led Beatrice to where she is. Like, there's so much story there. Oh, this is a very closed-off space. I don't like that. Oh, is that what this is called? It's called a nave? I don't know shit about churches. I don't like how small the prayer room is. I don't like this one bit. Are you ready?
Yeah. At least, I hope so.
If it becomes too much for you, don't hesitate to leave. I only need a few moments to look into his mind.
No, I'm the one who asked you to do this. And I'm not going to leave you alone with him.
All right, if that's what you want.
Tyrion?
Yeah?
Thank you for doing this. It really means a lot to me.
Of course. This will finally give you the answers you've been looking for.
It's not just that. You've done so much for me since I met you. You got me acquitted. You helped me work through my grief for my dad. It feels like I can never repay that.
What are you talking about? The past few months, all I've been doing is relying on you. I genuinely don't know what I'd do if you weren't a part of my life. Yeah, you should tell him, you should tell him! Tell me what?
Get out of my head!
You're really bad at guarding your mind. You know you can tell me anything, right?
Arya! How long have you been standing there? Well, I knew you'd be here around this time. I wanted to wish you luck. Then you two seemed to be in the middle of something. I didn't want to interrupt. No, don't stop on my account. I'll just get out of your way.
As she awkwardly skitters away, you notice something fall out of her pocket.
Oh, Arya, you dropped your runestone.
They're so cute. As she picks up the runestone, she accidentally activates it. An image of a piece of evidence appears for a brief moment, but she quickly hides it. But not before Celeste sneaks a peek at it.
Oh. Oh, I see.
Celeste, don't just invade her privacy like that. I missed Arya so much. It's so good to have her back.
Don't be like that. I'm really happy for you. Thank you. Good luck.
Part of you really wants to know what she saw. One of you has to exercise some self-restraint. Anyway, let's go meet with him.
Yeah, let's do this. I can tell him after.
I don't... I'm gonna hold on to my theory. If it happens, I'll say that whether or not it was right. I don't think we're going to get that information now. I think it's too early. I don't think we're actually going to find out who Celeste's parents are. Ah, you finally arrived. I suppose this means you finally decided. Wait, you two?
We got your letter.
Letter? What letter? Oh, this is not the direction I thought it was going. You sent us a letter, Pierce. It said that you knew who Celeste's parents were. Did Ruby do this? Did Ruby do this? I did send that letter, but not to you two. What?
I don't like this. And so the final act begins. I've been waiting for this.
What the hell are you doing?
Have you gone mad?
No. What are you doing? Stop! Oh no. Oh, Arya.
Lady Steelman.
What are you... Oh, Arya.
Is this also the will of the cosmic balance?
Arya. Oh god, I don't know, Arya. Oh no. Already I'm like, that's either an illusion or the shit Eris has been pulling on people to make them functionally, not mind control, but they've been doing some shit.
Come on, just tell us the truth, Pierce.
You are the last person I would give this information to. Getting more and more stressed. Just a little more and you'll... As you interrogate him, you suddenly hear a loud crash outside the room. What was that? Oh, that was Tyrion. What was that?
I'm gonna take a look and see what's going on.
What? Are you just going to leave us here? He's right. We don't know what's going on. We should stay together.
Don't worry, there were 2 guards outside, and they're from the King's Guard. You'll be fine.
That's not what I'm worried about. But I'll trust your judgment. What? It's been almost 10 minutes since Celeste went to investigate the noise. Pierce seems extremely on edge. He's sitting at one of the tables and impatiently tapping its surface with his finger. So, you never intended to send that letter to me. Who did you send it to, then? Oh, as if I would ever tell you that. Luckily for you, he should have accumulated enough stress by now. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Even if I wasn't the intended recipient, you said that you knew who Celeste's biological parents are. Who are they? Far too important. It's my only bargaining chip. Are you seriously focused on that now? Answer the question, Pierce. What was that? Insomnia. That's a sleep spell, isn't it? What? What is this? A blue luminous vapor enters the room. As soon as it makes contact with you, you suddenly feel extremely fatigued. And it's a sleep spell!
Yay.
I miscalculated. No, if they got here, that means... Blessed. Try your hardest to stay conscious, but the spell is too powerful. You feel your body slowly dropping to the ground. No. Oh, fuck. Beatrice. I love that already it says that it might be an illusion. Ugh.
Man. Tyrion!
What? Oh, wait, hold on. I was like, chat is providing me with a warning. I was about to take a break and then I kept going. I'm gonna take a break now. I will be right back, I promise. And then I will be back with the what is presumably about to happen. Please don't set the chat on fire or put it to sleep in the time that I am gone. I'll be right back, guys. Hello, I'm back. Let me do my spiel because it seems like chat would benefit from my spiel. All right, as usual, hold on. Let's go. Tyrion just laid out on the floor. Like the Splatworth image. I recently, I don't know if y'all saw it, but hello. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. I was about to do my spiel. As soon as I do this joke. Once I do this joke, I will say it. I was at a photo shoot with a couple of friends. If y'all saw that photo of the the Edgeworth and Franziska going around with the when somebody says something so prosecutor phobic, you have to hit them with the Von Karma stare. I took that picture. But anyway, the point is, like, at that shoot, the Edgeworth, also known as Evil Religion, he was like, wait, I need a Splatworth. I need to lay down on the ground. And I was like, hold on, I'll pull up a picture for reference. And I pulled up the Tyrion one. Anyway, hello, welcome. I was about to do my spiel where I introduced myself a little bit. If you haven't already, you can join my Discord community server, where you can experience things like Tyrion Splatworth. And a couple of other Splatworth sprites. We've got the server icon is Genshin Hisogi doing the Splatworth. Yeah, you can join my Discord community server. We talk about games like Ace Attorney, like Tyrion Cuthbert, Persona, Yakuza, Dragon Age a lot lately because I am brain rotted. I apologize for the person I'm going to be on Halloween. I the Somnium Files, which just went on sale actually. So you should play the Somnium Files. Yeah, lots of games. You can also, as a part of that Discord server, what the fuck was I going to say? Do I not already have? Oh, I should add Tyrion Splatworth. You're right. I have a Sobworth emote also. Also on my Nexus store, one of the things that you can do is request. I said that wrong. On my Discord server, one of the things that you can do is request games for me to put on my Nexus storefront. Currently on there are every single Ace Attorney game, and the Devil May Cry HD series, and Ghost Trick. If you buy a Capcom game off of my Nexus store, you get just the game itself through Steam. And you can, what the fuck was I going to say? You can request games for me to put on there. I prioritize Capcom games, but I am open to non-Capcom games as well because the Capcom Creators Program is very nice and lets us put a couple of non-Capcom titles up there as well. So yeah, that's a cool way you can support me is by purchasing games through my Nexus store. If you haven't already played every Ace Attorney game, which most of my audience has, consider purchasing one through my Nexus store. It would help me out a lot. Anyway, other ways that you can support me are my Ko-fi. That is the easiest way to directly support me. Yeah, you can buy me a Ko-fi. I also have a Throne wish list, but I don't remember what's on there anymore, and I should really, I should really reorganize it and see what's on there. Yeah, there's some cool ways to support me. Also, welcome to the final case of Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. Unfortunately, this is, in fact, the final case. And so if you are not caught up, I finally have all my VODs caught up for both games that I am currently streaming. So you can watch my entire playthrough of Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane, up until today to figure out what the hell the plot is. In addition to my VOD channel, I also have a main YouTube channel where I post a lot of vocal covers. My most recent cover is Loneliness Loop from Yakuza 5. Loneliness Loop from Yakuza 5. I did a full English cover. Yeah, I wrote the trans lyrics for it. I'm very proud of them. It would mean a lot if you checked it out. Also, it just hit 100 views, which is like the hill I was trying to get it over. So finally it hit 100 views. Yay, yay, yippee, yay. You should check it out. It's neat. All right, is that my entire spiel? I think I did my entire spiel. Do I say the other thing? Okay, great. If you have been following me for some time, I know some people in the chat are already involved with it, but the Ace Attorney cosplay collage, which is a huge collage of over 100 cosplayers, all cosplaying Ace Attorney, is going to go live tomorrow in honor of Phoenix Wright's birthday, aka the anniversary of Ace Attorney's release here in the West as well, I believe. October 12th. I know a lot of people have been posting like happy birthday Phoenix Wright already because of time zones and whatnot, but it is tomorrow. It is the 12th. So I'm very excited for that to go up tomorrow, probably sometime in the afternoon. I'll put like a little countdown maybe on my Instagram, but that will be up on my Instagram, on my other socials, in my Discord definitely. So yeah, if you get a chance, you should check it out. I'm very proud of it. I'm very happy with it. My mod team that worked with me is absolutely wonderful. I thought it was going to be way more stressful and like difficult of a process, but it went by so smoothly. I'm very much looking forward to the full collage going live tomorrow. Yay! Also tomorrow, I will be streaming again. I'll be streaming Ace Attorney Investigations 2 here, same bat time, same bat channel. 7 Central. What was I going to say about that? Oh, also, on Sunday, I should be back to the Great Ace Attorney on my close good friend Kate's channel. with Ren and MJ. The four of us were all on Turnabout and Ace Attorney musical together. And now we play the Great Ace Attorney on Sundays. Also on Thursdays, I also play the Great Ace Attorney with my close good friends Tuxedo Max and Cinna. And I don't actually know if we're going to be live on Thursday. We might collectively be busy on Thursday. But if we do, that will be the day that I am live for the Great Ace Attorney. Also, in the near future, I will be gone. I will be on vacation for roughly a month, which is why I'm really trying hard to finish this game and hit affiliate before I'm gone for a month. So hopefully I finish this game before that. But while I am gone for a month from my channel, I will probably still be on Kate and Max's channels streaming the Great Ace Attorney. Yippee! Thank you for the follow. Is it Case Mono? I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Anyway, some shit's about to fucking go down. So, let's get back to the plot. I'm terrified. Yay, Case Mono, thank you for the follow. Celeste? Tyrion, I'm so sorry. I should have listened to you. I should have never left you alone with him. Hey, it's okay. Tears are streaming down her eyes. She was clearly worried about you. The shit has already gone down. You try your best to comfort her as you look around the room. How many people are dead? What happened? How long were you knocked out? As you look around, you see several other people with you. Oh, that's a dead body in the corner. Ow! Commander White is leading a group of knights. They all have their weapons drawn and pointed at someone. I knew it. Get turnabout goodbyes, idiot. It's Prosecutor Steelwind. Commander, I understand your position, but there has to be another explanation. Look, Your Majesty, I get where you're coming from. But from the witness... Well, fuck. But from what the witnesses have told us, it has to be a case of mage blight. Nope, it's definitely whatever the fuck Eris has been doing. You look around the room and see a pool of blood at the end of one of the tables. Who's dead? Celeste? Where's Pierce? He's dead. Tyrion. I don't know how to tell you this, kid, but... Garrick Pierce is dead. Damn it. What? We're honestly surprised that you're okay. But who? Oh, okay. Working theory. Working theory. Eris did whatever she does to people on Beatrice, and Beatrice made herself look like Arya. You look at the knights who all have their weapons pointed at the prosecutor. Wait a minute. You think Steelwind did this? It wasn't just Lord Pierce, Mr. Cuthbert. We also found the bodies of Lord Von Sanctus and Lady Sybil. Oh, no. What a tragedy. Not to mention a bunch of the Kingsguard have gone comatose. The Cathedral Massacre. Yay! Great! I'm telling you again, we tried to go to peace talks and everyone died. It keeps happening. Comatose. I don't want to believe it, but several people saw Steelwind acting off at the scenes of each of the murders. We also found her unconscious here. And Pierce's body was lying next to her. No, it wasn't her. I saw Beatrice before I passed out. She was the one that knocked us out. Let me guess she's dead too. Beatrice? What the hell is going on? Commander White, you need to put me in a holding cell. It needs to be one with an anti-magic field. What? I'm a danger to everyone here. We need to go now. What are you talking about? Now is not the time. Do it, Commander. Right. He watches the Inquisition arrest Steelwind and escort her out of the room. Damn it, what happened? I know you have many questions, Mr. Cuthbert, but we should make sure that you're okay. Yeah, there's a necromancer in the nave. Nave? I'm sure it's nave. They have a point. You have no idea what happened while you were deep asleep. I added the word deep in there. While you were asleep. You followed their suggestion, but not before making a note of the current time. It's 3:12 p.m. Oh, I was supposed to make a note of the time, wasn't I? Who the fuck are you? Okay, I'm writing that down. I am opening my notes up. Okay, it's currently 3:12 p.m. I don't remember how early it was earlier. 3:12 p.m. when I woke up. Great. Who the fuck are you? Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary, except...
What? What's wrong with him?
If you would just let me finish. There appears to be some trace of necromancy on you, Mr. Cuthbert. Necromancy? Probably nothing. Did your assistant cast any spells on you?
Oh, right. I used healing magic on him when I found him unconscious.
I expected as much, but it never hurts just to make sure. Anyway, nothing seems out of the ordinary. You're quite healthy. You should be fine to go about your business, but please speak with me again if you experience anything out of the ordinary. We're gonna start experiencing things out of the ordinary, aren't we? Thank you. Oh, you're I can't remember how to say it. Asclepius? Asclepius. I am Lord Lazaric Asclepius of House Asclepius. Hey, dude. I thought you weren't gonna come up. And there are no thanks needed. My apprentice apparently owes you a lot. Apprentice? Wallace Nightgrave? I believe he was one of your clients a few months ago. Oh, right. Steelwind did mention that she introduced you to. Speaking of Steelwind, I really find it hard to believe that she did this. Mr. Cuthbert, Mage Blight isn't exactly a benign condition. When it takes hold of a mage, it doesn't matter what kind of person they are. Violent behavior is almost always a result of the delirium it puts them in. It's unfortunate, but mages have to be held responsible when cases like this happen. Unless someone is framing her.
Tyrion, I fought her.
What?
Do you remember back when we heard that weird sound? I went outside to see what was going on. I saw her outside, and the guards there were all unconscious. I tried to ask her what was going on, but she didn't say anything. She just attacked me.
What was her emotional state like?
Oh. Well, she was pretty cold and emotionless. It almost looked like she was sleepwalking.
That's actually pretty strange. What do you mean? When someone is affected by Mage Blight, they enter a state of extreme psychosis. Psychotic episodes like that raise the affected mage's paranoia to ridiculous levels. That's why these cases almost always end up in violence. If she was affected by Mage Blight, she shouldn't have looked anywhere near as calm as you're describing. You might be onto something, Mr. Cuthbert. If what you're saying is true, there has to be more to this. So yeah, I'm very glad Wallace is doing well. Good for him.
You're planning to defend her, aren't you?
At the very least, we need to find out what actually happened. I feel like there's more to this than we're seeing.
You saw her, right? Commander White, you need to put me in a holding cell. It needs to be one with an anti-magic field.
What?
I'm a danger to everyone here. We need to go now.
You wanted them to arrest her. Right. It's as if she thought she was a danger to others, which she really let on when she said, "I'm a danger to others." Regardless of what really happened, she clearly believes that she was responsible for this. Poor Arya. There's no way she'd do something like this. Something else is happening here, and you will get to the bottom of this. You're not sure where each of the murders occurred, but the Inquisition should be able to tell you more about that. You'll also need to speak with Steelwind. If she really was affected by Mage Blight, she should be able to remember what may have caused it. But anyway, the prayer room is the room you're most familiar with. You'll probably want to start there. There are still so many unknowns. We should continue looking for more clues.
Don't push yourself too hard, okay? If you feel tired, don't be embarrassed to take a break.
Yeah, I'll try not to exert myself too much. Where do you think we should go next?
Why are you asking me?
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out where to go next.
Well, don't ask me. You're the attorney. I'm just the muscle. In the figurative sense.
Right. She's been a bit on edge since she found you unconscious. Does she still feel guilty over leaving you alone? You should hold her hand about it. Let's go to the prayer room. You arrive at the prayer room, now swarming with knights from the Inquisition. You find yourself staring at the goofy-looking stick-figure body of where Pierce's body once was. You can't... you can't help but feel a little uneasy. You've been to plenty of crime scenes before, but even if you were unconscious, you were here when the murder happened. Tyrion, my guy, Celeste is in love with you and you almost died! It's a little unnerving knowing how close you came to death.
Are you okay?
Yeah. But now's not the time for an existential crisis. Steelwind's future counts on you figuring out what happened. You still don't know what happened after you fell unconscious. The Inquisition believes that Steelwind broke into this room, knocked you and Pierce out, and then killed him. But you remember it clearly. You saw Beatrice before you lost consciousness. There's more at play here than you realize. Celeste also fought Steelwind after Beatrice knocked you out. Perhaps she can tell you more about how she was acting. How do we know that was after we got knocked out, though? Let's review what happened. Whoops. Now! Go back. Before... Okay, that was weird. Why was it making that noise? Before Beatrice knocked me out, we heard a commotion outside and you went to investigate. Can you tell me more about your fight with Steelwind? What was she like?
Well, she wasn't her usual self. It's like she was in some kind of daze. I noticed even before she attacked me. Something was wrong with her. Oh, yeah, and she didn't even respond to me when I tried to talk to her. It's like she didn't even recognize me.
But from what Lord Asclepius said, she would have been acting more erratically if she was affected by Mageblade. It's possible that you fought someone disguised as her.
I guess that's possible. But whoever they were, their magic was still extremely powerful.
And several members of the poor filler families were assembled here. It could have been any one of them. We should speak with Commander White when we get the chance. The Grand Cathedral was closed from the public for whatever was happening here. They probably have a list of everyone who was present when the murders happened. This means that whoever did this was one of the nobles that was here today. Beatrice can cast invisibility, so I doubt she'd let you see her. But did you see her at any point when you were fighting Steelwind? Celeste?
Sorry, I don't know. I was too focused on staying alive.
I've actually been meaning to ask you about that. This must be Commander White's nightmare. Aren't you really strong? I've never seen you break a sweat in a fight before.
Well, she was really tough. It was terrifying, honestly. It was mainly her magic. I've never fought someone with spells that powerful before.
She didn't hurt you, did she?
No, but it got pretty close. I think she realized that she couldn't beat me, so she just ran past me into the prayer room.
So her real target was Pierce. But why? Did you see the moment she murdered Pierce?
No. When I arrived in the prayer room, I saw you and Steelwind unconscious on the ground. And Pierce was already dead.
I'm assuming you didn't see Beatrice anywhere?
No, she wasn't there when I arrived.
She'd leave the prayer room without Celeste noticing. Did she turn herself invisible? Weird. Perhaps we were just hallucinating. We showed up at the prayer room for the meeting at 1:50 p.m. I'm going to write that down. Oh, right, because Garrick wanted to meet at 2. 1:50 meeting. I'm going to look at the set of notes tomorrow and be like, wait, did I have something to do today? Then we interrogated Pierce for about half an hour, so like 2:30-ish. We stopped interviewing him? Yeah. Okay. That's when we heard that commotion outside and you went to investigate it.
Right.
And I think Beatrice knocked me and Pierce out 10 minutes after that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on. There's so many times. Okay. Half an hour. Okay, we heard commotion outside. I'm gonna write down more exact times. 2:20ish, we stopped interviewing him, and then 10 minutes after that. Hold on. Okay, so then 10 minutes after that, like 2:30. Hold on. 2:30ish. Beatrice past sleep. I'm putting Beatrice in air quotes. Beatrice past sleep. How long did you fight Steelwind before she pushed past you?
We definitely fought for a while. It must have been at least 20 minutes. After that, she gave up on fighting me and ran into the prayer room.
Which means that Beatrice somehow got in the room during your fight. Okay, during 20-minute Arya fight. Christ. That discounts my theory of her disguising herself as Steelwind. Yeah, this sucks. You regained consciousness at 3:12 p.m. That means you were knocked out for more than 40 minutes. Sleep. Greater than 40 minutes. Christ. Okay. There are still a lot of unknowns about what happened. You'll need all the pieces if you want to put this puzzle together. I haven't learned any times of death yet. What can you tell me about this? Nope, nothing. Okay, let's look around. Sorry, it's a little goofy to look at. There's a chalk outline where Pierce's body probably was. It looks like he was sitting against this altar when he died. And the blood stain seems to imply that the fatal wound came from his chest. An autopsy report would be really helpful here. You should ask the commander for a copy of it next time you see him. Okay. Guild Lord, these are stained glass windows. They look quite nice. Thanks, Tyrion. Anything? Is that it? Tech magic.
Arcanum.
Yep, that checks. Alright.
Oh, there's a trace of transmutation here. It's all over the area around his body.
Interesting. Did the murderer wound him using a transmutation spell?
There are traces of conjuration magic all over the room.
That must have been left by Beatrice's sleep spell. Conjuration is... Sleep is conjuration?
There's a trace of necromancy on the ground there. It's probably from when I tried to heal you.
So last tell badly where we fucked up. Anyway, it looks like you found everything you can here. You should move. Whoa, that's a lot of profiles. So many.
Hey, Tracker.
I don't remember Celeste ever having a healing spell also. I wonder if that's also new. We were just there. Whoa. Oh, that's really bad. Oh, there's really bad. Yeah, there's no School of Enchantment, which makes sense, because they mentioned earlier that, like, magic can't affect the mind. You retrace your footsteps and find the common room. Oh, I was thinking also, like, oh, if Beatrice wasn't actually physically seen in front of us, maybe that was just, like, beamed into our head, which would not be typical magic that a mage could do. Like, I don't think you can force an illusion on to work in just one person's mind, right? There's a 5e spell that you can do that. What the fuck is the point is, like, you can't cause a hallucination in someone. You can only make an illusion, as far as I know. Here in this God, this is really bad, guys. In this universe, in this magic system, Eris, I think, can do whatever she wants. So I'm just leaving that. Phantasmal Killer can do that, right? But it also does psychic damage. Like, I'm trying to think. I feel like there's one that you can just beam an idea into somebody's head. Unless it's just Phantasmal Killer and I'm making shit up. I don't know. I don't play a lot of casters. This was the last place you saw Von Sanctus and Sybil before everything happened. You look around and see that most of the room has been entirely scorched. This is really fucked, guys. You can still smell the scent of burnt cloth and flesh in the air. Great! What happened here?
Was there some kind of fire?
Yeah, we think the perp lit a fire using magic. As you enter the room, Commander White approaches you. Hey, dude. He seems to be accompanied by the typical Legion of Knights. Commander White. Hey, kid. You investigating what happened too? Something like that? We just want to figure out what really happened. You and me both. Nothing about this case makes any damn sense. I'll be honest, I could really use your help in trying to figure this out. Honestly, you're not sure who you can trust at this point. But the commander is leading the investigation. Oh, I didn't even think to distrust Orem. And he's bound to have information that will be useful to you. Jesus, this room is bad. Ugh. Whole situation is a damn mess. Damn it. Commander White, did you fuck my... I don't know, I'm not feeling it anymore. Has the Inquisition found any clues to explain what happened? We only have the basic stuff so far, and we've only just received the autopsy reports. Can I see? Can I see? Can I see? That's still pretty useful. Do you have copies of them? Sure, knock yourselves out. Thank you, or, Okay, aha! Time of death, 2:45. 2:45. God. Pierce dies of blood loss. Frozen liquid was found stabbed through his heart. It's very likely that this was the murder weapon. Yeah. And we already have shape water in our spells for that reason. Coraline Sybil at 2:18 a.m. Jesus, that's early. Okay. So while we were still talking to Pierce, Sybil got... Oh, suffocation. Oh, her body was then found floating. I see. She didn't drown. 2:18, suffocated. Okay. Transmutation, evocation, and necromancy. Necromancy on the body? Okay, weird. Oh, fuck. I just locked my phone. Okay, even before that, still during the meeting, 2:05. On Sanctus. Also suffocation. Okay. Cause of death was suffocation. The fire in the common room burnt the body too much to discern any specific wounds that might have been suffered. However, a small trace of evocation magic and a burn mark were found on the victim's left shoulder. This implies the body was hit with a fire-based evocation spell. Traces of abjuration magic were found around the body. Dude, if he tried to shield himself and it didn't work, that would suck. Wait, Pierce was killed with a frozen blade? Isn't that similar to how he killed Flintheart? I was just thinking that. Sorry, I didn't mean to...
No, it's okay.
It's still strange, though. Why would the murderer kill Pierce using such a convoluted method? If Steelwind really was affected by Mage Blight, she wouldn't have done anything like that. Okay. Anything else in here? Frozen Blade. Transmutation on his blood. I feel like that's supposed to be a... I feel like that's a typo. I feel like that's supposed to say transmutation on his body. Oddly similar to how Pierce murdered Flintheart McCoy. But why would the murder weapon use this when they had more lethal spells at their disposal? Pierce used this method during Flintheart's murder to leave as little evidence as possible, but it's clear that the murderer wanted to frame Arya and leave as much evidence as possible. Anyway, the times of death also seem to tell a story. If we look at the reports, the murderer must have killed Von Sanctus, then Sybil, then Pierce in that order. Yeah, that's our working theory too. Oh god, not the map. This is not gonna go great. I'm gonna have to like draw an actual physical map for myself. If we look at this map, we can see where the prayer room and the common room are. Okay, where are the prayer room, common room. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try and figure this out myself before Tyrion explains it. Okay, so we were over here, and this is where Pierce is. Von Sanctus died of suffocation in the common room first. Then 218 Sybil. Wow, that's really far apart. So then Sybil. And then we stopped talking to Pierce. Beatrice came in, cast sleep. During the next 20 minutes, there was a Arya Celeste fight somewhere around here, I assume. And then 2:45, Pierce dies of blood loss. Okay. That is a really far... Yeah. Okay. Lady Sybil's body was found in the lake west of here. But since the Grand Cathedral was built on a cliff, there isn't an easy way to get there in such a short amount of time. So that raises my next question. We got pushed off the balcony. Sybil threw... Okay, the murderer threw Sybil completely from the balcony. The Grand Cathedral was built on a cliff over the lake. And the westward balcony just happens to be right over it. Whoopsie. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. We even have a witness who saw Steelwind there. Really? Who was it? It was High Speaker Theon Arceus. High Speaker? He's the shot caller of the Church of Bahamut. He's the Pope? And he stands at the top of the religious hierarchy, from what I hear. He spotted Steelwind near the west balcony and noticed that she was acting suspiciously. He called out to her, but she ignored him. So she knew that he saw her, but she didn't attack him. Yeah, he really lucked out. Did he? But if she was having a psychotic episode, he would have noticed that. From what you said, all she did was ignore him. You're right, this whole Mage Blight story doesn't really add up. Either way, we'll just have to talk to him directly to find out more. How far back can I go in the history right now? All the way up. Damn, this is as far as we can go. I was trying to figure out who first suggested Mage Blight. Putting that aside, there's something else that's strange.
What's that?
It's about the order that the murders occurred in. Yeah, because why would you go... I have to open up my notes again. Yeah, she moved around. She went 1, 2, 3. That's a weird order. The murderer killed Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce in that order. This means that the murderer went to the common room, then the west balcony, and then finally the prayer room. Wait, did I fuck that up? Oh, I read it wrong. Yeah, I did. Okay. But if we look at the map, the murderer's route seems a bit strange. Steelwind. Okay, the murderer could have killed... second. Could have killed Pierce second. The murderer must have passed right by the prayer room before they dumped Sybil's body. Why wouldn't they just murder Pierce on the way there? Maybe they wanted to dump Sybil's body first.
Or they were afraid of fighting me.
Aren't you giving yourself a little too much credit? No, she has a point. Out of everyone who fought the murderer, Celeste was the only one who didn't die or fall comatose. Anyway, there has to be a reason why the murderer deliberately chose that route. Yeah, it's a weird one. Common room, balcony, prayer room. Okay, you've created a rough outline of the murderer's actions. But the real clues will lie in how each of the individual murders occurred. That starts with figuring out how Von Sanctus was murdered. Well, it looks like he was fucking burned alive. Jesus. There's a chalk outline in the center of the room. This must be where they found Von Sanctus's body. Even bits of ash here. It must be the burnt fragments of the body. Is there only little tiny bits of him left because there were only little tiny bits of Justin Way left? There are scorch marks all over the room. Fire must have spread pretty far. Yeah, it was probably going for a while. No one even noticed it until Prince Alaric told the Kingsguard that he saw smoke. Good job, Prince Alaric. Interesting. We should speak with him and see if he saw anything else. Oh, poor Alaric, he's so little. Even now, the sunlight is shining through the stained glass windows. Looks like the fire reached them before it was put out. Oh, where was that oh, is that the same? Is it just the scorch marks? Yeah.
Arcanum.
Oh. That's weird.
There are traces of evocation in a bunch of different spots around the room.
We think the perp threw a bunch of fire-based evocation spells around to start the fire. That's fair. And the Kingsguard used a bunch of water-based evocation spells to put it out before the fire spread. That makes sense. With that knowledge in mind, there's nothing out of the ordinary here.
There's a trace of evocation magic near the body.
That matches his autopsy report. The murderer must have hit him with an evocation spell. I'm guessing, like, this is a wall of fire type situation, and these were individual fireballs and, water.
There's a trace of abjuration magic in the center of the room.
Do the traces overlap with the body? Oh, the rectangle is abjuration.
Kind of. It's sort of square-shaped.
Square-shaped. I can't see the traces, but there also seems to be a square-shaped outline around the body. Yeah, he was shielding himself. Damn.
You're right, they overlap perfectly.
The area inside the square is a lot less burnt now that I look at it. I'm not sure what this means yet, but it's definitely worth taking note of. Damn. That is a terrible way to go. Yeah, did we get everything? I think that's everything, yeah. How did the Inquisition find out about the murders anyway? Did a witness come across the bodies? It all started when Prince Alaric ran up to us. He told us that he saw a fire breaking out in the common room. He also saw Steelwind there, but when he tried to talk to her, she hit him with some kind of spell.
She attacked one of the princes?
Yeah, but it didn't look like she hurt him. A guy from House Asclepius inspected him, and he told us he wasn't injured. I'm glad that he's okay. But wouldn't Arya have used a more violent spell if she was being affected by Mage Blight? Possible she was throwing spells randomly, and you just happened to get really lucky. I suppose that's possible. But was there anyone else nearby when this happened? I guess you could say Von Sanctus was just in the way. I would have expected a Prince of Wyverngard to be under constant guard. Yeah, that was kind of my mistake. I ordered the knights to give him some space considering what just happened. And that would be? Sorry, kid, if you don't know, it's not my place to tell you. I have orders from the top to stay quiet about that. Then it looks like you'll need to ask someone higher up. Aster. It's still strange, though. Why were all these nobles gathered here? Anyway, whatever the Pope hit him with, only put him in a daze. He could barely walk or talk. He couldn't even approach us until the spell had worn off. I am a little nervous about Aster, guys. And the weirdest about it all is that he was pretty close to where we were. But for some reason, we didn't find him until after the spell wore off. That must have been traumatic. I hope he's okay. Why didn't anyone see him during this time? After he told us about what was happening, we went to put out the fires. That's when we saw a bunch of guards knocked out outside the prayer room.
Did you see me?
No, this all happened around 3:10 p.m. Fucking Christ. Gotta keep writing down times. Okay. Round 310 is what? Alaric reports the fire? Is that a good way to go about saying it? Yeah, okay, we'll say Alaric out of days. That was probably well after Steelwind moved into the prayer room. Celeste must have already followed her into it. Okay. Report. Inquisition discovered something was wrong with Alaric. The Wyvern Guard reported fire that had broken out in the common room. He also told them that Arya Steelwind cast a spell on him earlier that severely debilitated his senses. Unconscious guards outside the prayer room. They did not see Celeste or Arya. Hold on. Got a day's Inquisition at scene. When you arrested Steelwind, I recall you mentioning that a bunch of guards were comatose. Did the murderer use some kind of spell to knock them out? I don't think so, and I'm just as lost as you are about all that. One of the victims didn't have any magical traces on them, so we know that they're not under the effects of a spell, but they still haven't woken up. That's odd, to say the least. Is there any common thread between the knights who fell comatose? That might help us deduce what happened to him. Well, we found all of them at the locations where Steelwind was spotted. That can't be a coincidence. But he just admitted that they weren't being affected by any kind of spell. What's going on here? Commander White, you keep saying the perp instead of Steelwind, even though everyone else seems to think she was responsible for this. Do you also suspect that she's being framed? It just doesn't add up. If she did give herself Mage Blight, her actions wouldn't have been so deliberate. She's definitely not the type of person to just go around murdering people. Actually, she just snapped. She's just decided now. No, be gone, bot. Even if she was, she's led a lot of the Inquisition's investigations recently. She's investigated plenty of homicides with us, and she knows exactly how we do things. Whoever did this got the job done, but they were sloppy about it. That's what I was thinking. She would be, like, good at this. A bunch of witnesses saw her, and she didn't even try to hide herself using magic. So either she had Mage Blight, which doesn't match with her behavior, or she did this intentionally and wanted to get caught. Neither scenario makes any damn sense. Someone has to be framing her. That's the only reasonable explanation. Honestly, I'm not so sure about that either. What do you mean? You saw her when we arrested her, didn't you? She wanted us to lock her up. It's like she thought she was a danger to herself and others. Right, that's the same impression I got as well. If it weren't for the witnesses' statements, I'd be sure she gave herself Mage Blight. The strangest thing is that I've never seen her that scared before. Something really rattled her about what happened. Did you follow up on what I said about Beatrice? I know she was in the room when Pierce and I fell unconscious. She has to be involved somehow. Well, she's already in prison, so we're already ahead on that account. But when we asked her what happened, she said that she couldn't remember anything. Yeah, that checks. It's such an obvious lie. She has to be hiding something. I don't think she is. Normally I'd agree with you, but she's not the only one with missing memories. Steelwind also can't remember anything. What? Looks like you'll have to speak with her about that. Anyway, what about Eris and that knight who was guarding her? Did they see anything? Let me guess. Who? Sorry, kid, but Eris Ilmater has been missing since everything went down. Yeah, that checks. What? You have any idea what happened to her? No, but I wouldn't be too worried. What? A witness to the crime is missing and possibly hurt. Look, kid, you may be a hotshot attorney, but I've been in this business a lot longer than you have. Sometimes when these things happen to civilians, they just get spooked and run away. I've seen it a million times. You feel like he's not making as big a deal of this as he should be. But he might have a point. Eris is the daughter of a crime lord, after all. She might have gone into hiding to avoid having to speak with law enforcement. We don't have the resources to look for her, but I'm sure she'll turn up eventually. Well, I suppose we can't do anything about that now. Haha! But I still hope she's okay. I don't... Well, that's mean. I'm more concerned about her being a threat to us. Anyway, what about the knight guarding Beatrice? Surely he didn't go missing as well. That's the thing. The knight who was supposed to be watching her is one of the people who went comatose. We found him in front of the prayer room too. Where is Marinath? Damn it, what happened to him? To make matters worse, that Frege chick knows how to cast invisibility. So even if she was telling the truth, very few people would have actually seen her. But her guard was in front of the prayer room. She must have brought him there somehow. Anyway, would you happen to have a recent version of her spell compendium? Sure, we already have it on record. Yay! Feign death is interesting. Okay, familial bond we already know. Mend wounds. Okay. Healing wounds. Yeah, we already know that. Send message. Okay. Animate corpse. Reanimates the target using life energy, creating an undead minion. Intelligence is limited and it cannot speak. Huh. Necrotic blight. Instant death, we know this. Shatter. I love that spell, personally. Okay, what does it do in this universe? Channels the caster's magic into any physical object they are touching with their hands. If enough magic's channeled, the object may shatter or break. The intensity of the spell will exponentially increase while they're concentrating. However, channeling larger quantities of magic will slowly drain the caster's stamina and possibly cause mage blight. Interesting. Invisibility, we already know. Feign death. Caster must target a creature that's already unconscious. When they concentrate on this spell, the target will appear to be dead. The target creature will stop breathing and their heart will stop beating. However, the life energies of this spell will keep them alive for the duration. Interesting. Illusory disguise, yeah. Right, I forgot how many spells she used during Lord Frege's murder. Ugh. This is all a little difficult to take in. I still can't believe it. Oh, shatter is how she broke the display case, I see. That does make sense. After everything he did, Von Sanctus was just murdered. I'm surprised to hear that from you. Didn't he basically get away with offing Justin Way, who was famously just in the way? The way I see it, he got what he deserved. It still doesn't sit right with me. No matter who the victims might have been. No one deserves to die like that. No, it was like seriously, Von Sanctus got a really horrific death. You're definitely a bigger man than I am. Anyway, Von Sanctus's autopsy report says that he died of suffocation. We think the murderer overpowered him and choked him with a rope or something. That hardly sounds like something someone would do during a psychotic episode. Also a really weird cause of death again. For someone with more lethal spells. Yeah, the more info I get, the more I think you might be onto something. But either way, the fire that the perp started in this room burnt his body. Didn't completely turn it to ash, but it was still pretty charred. So that fire would have burnt away any evidence of the minor wounds he had. Yeah, we're lucky we even discerned he was hit with an evocation spell. Right, the autopsy report mentioned that too. But if a fire was started, is it possible that he died from smoke inhalation? That's what I was thinking. No, the divination spell we use always identifies smoke inhalation as death by poisoning, not death by suffocation. Huh. I suppose that kind of makes sense. I guess it is toxic. But it's still a shame that we can't find out how the murderer suffocated him. We still know very little about how the murders occurred. You have records of each of the victims' spell compendiums? They might help us understand what each of the victims was doing during the attack. Sure, knock yourselves out. Thank God. Garrick Pierce. Okay. You have Prestidigitation, Conjure Light, Conjure Water, Frost Wave, and Shape Liquid. That seems the same-ish as last time. But also, why did we get Garrick's when he was the... interesting. Okay. Slow Fall, Force... Slow Fall? So she must have been dead by the time that they pushed her over the balcony, right? Slow Fall, Foresight, True... Strike True, I mean. Detect Magic, Stone Skin. Mage Blade, Force Cage. Force Cage? Interesting. Send Message, Mend Wounds. Let's go through all those spells. Prestidigitation, we know. Conjure Light. Conjure Water. Frostwave. This is the Ice Knife functionally, right? Like it's no, this is just Elsa shit. Force Cage. Okay. 10 by 10 by 10 foot cube abjuration. Around a target within 30 feet of them. Just as useless as True Strike. Okay, well, like, to be fair, you don't have to roll in this game. The walls of this cube are impenetrable. Like, the problem with True Strike is the mathematical issue, right? Yeah. So maybe it's slightly more useful in this universe. Who knows? Not even by spells that normally... Okay, I didn't read this right. The walls of this cube are impenetrable and can't be destroyed by anything. Not even spells that can normally dispel spell effects. Furthermore, any attempts to magically teleport into or out of the cube will fail. Yeah, I think he used Force Cage to try and protect himself. If there is more than one creature in the target's space, they will be pushed away from the center of the cube. He should have been safe for a whole hour, though. Hold on, what time did he die? Consanctus died at 2:05. Ooh. It is totally possible that he was in there for an entire hour and then the cage broke. True Strike. I totally never considered that True Strike would be a thing to use in Baldur's Gate ever because I don't really use it. I was gonna say, the thing about True Strike, though, is it tells you the strengths and weaknesses of the other creature, right? True Strike 5e? I'm looking up the True Strike rolls. Oh, that's what it was. So my table has always played True Strike as you get, vulnerabilities from it. But, so for the longest time, because I had not played casters, I didn't realize that, you don't actually, it doesn't use very strict rules on what is considered, the target's defenses. So I was like, True Strike is great. You get all the, immunities and weaknesses and whatnot. I don't know what people are complaining about. I don't care about the accuracy thing. But I was like, oh, True Strike gets you that. And then I realized that is not, in fact, rules as written. Could be worse. It could be good, Barry. For the duration of the spell, the edges of the... we already know Mage Blade. Slow Fall. Okay. Counteracts gravity, causing them to fall slower. What are the odds that Sybil faked her death, do we think? Foresight. What are the odds? I don't have enough information to make that theory, I feel. It was you could feather fall into the water and not die. And also, feign death, but that would mean Beatrice and Sybil were working together. Okay, Foresight. Caster invokes the ultimate form of divination magic to see brief glimpses. 24 hours? Brief glimpses of the near future. While the spell is active, the caster is able to sense danger seconds before it actually happens. So she literally could not, should not have died. Okay, what does True Strike actually do in this? And I love that it's non-optima, because True Strike is not optimal. Caster increases their ability to predict the results of all of their actions for the duration. This is useful for the purposes of aiming or doing other activities that rely on dexterity and skill. Okay, so it's a bit more useful in this. Okay.
Detect magic, which we already know. Stone skin.
Yeah, it's called non-optima.
Oh, Terra Protect is very good because Terra Protect. Anyway, the caster creates a thick layer of stone around their body. A stone layer will deflect and protect the caster from any physical trauma. The stone layer can be slowly broken through conscious attacks, but as long as the caster concentrates on the spell, the stone layer will instantaneously repair itself.
Okay, wow. That's a lot to work through. Yep. This is what happens when a bunch of mages are caught in the middle of a murder. Honestly, you've been lucky until now.
Nevertheless, I need to look over each of these spells when they become relevant. Okay, that's everything for Von Sanctus's murder. Let's move. I'm trying to save... Jesus. I'm trying to save this for last. Garden. You arrive back at the cathedral's garden and come across that accursed statue again. It's staring into my soul.
Stop looking at it.
Oh, Aster. As you move your attention away from the grotesque sculpture, you spot the Crown Prince. He's sitting on a bench guarded by some knights from the King's Guard. His brow is furrowed, and he seems to be deep in thought. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert, and Miss McCoy, too. What are you still doing here? We're trying to investigate what happened. We were looking around when we just happened to find you here. I see. Are you okay? Yes. I was just thinking how unfortunate this ordeal has been. I do hope Miss Steelwind is taking this well. Right. She is his fiancée, after all. He must be extremely worried about her. We're trying to find out exactly what happened. Do you mind if we ask you some questions? I see. Well, I'll do whatever I can to help. You said that you two were investigating the murders. You weren't planning to defend Miss Steelwind, were you? If she would have me. She may be a competent prosecutor, but I have far more experience defending clients. Unfortunately, I think the situation is more complicated than that. What do you mean? Several house leaders died today. We can't release this information to the public. Not after the news of William Frega's death has already spread. In the course of 2 months, we've lost not one, but 3 members of the Pillar families. But the trial has to happen soon, or else the magical traces left will disappear. From what I've heard, we will be holding a trial. But it will be handled privately and internally. And I'm sorry to say, you won't be permitted to serve in such a trial. Right. A majority of the nobility hates me, after all. You wouldn't be able to pull some strings, would you, Aster? I'm sorry. I'd like nothing more than to give you the opportunity to represent her. This, too, is the Great Ace Attorney, too. But I have a personal attachment to this case. If I try to tip the trial in her favor, it will only harm her chances more. Right, I see what you mean. But even if we can't help her during the trial, we can still investigate the crimes on her behalf. Yes, I would really appreciate that. If new evidence is found, perhaps we can exonerate Miss Steelwind of the charges against her. After everything that's happened, I really need to know. Why were there so many nobles gathered in one place anyway? All of the 4 Pillar families were present. I understand if you don't want to tell me. But this information could be vital in figuring out what happened. No, I see your point. The truth is, we were all gathered to mourn the death of my father. Aha, I was right! King Olivier de Wyverngard, I need to do math. The 9th. There we go. Wait, the king is dead? Yes. We wanted to avoid releasing this information to the public so close to the death of William Frege. My father has been ill for quite some time, so we were prepared for this. Or at least, I thought I was. I also lost my mother when I was quite young. But it's still all a little hard to take in. I'm sorry. You have my condolences. Thank you. He's the king now.
If King Olivier is dead, that would make you...
Yes. You currently stand before King Aster de Wyverngard, ruler of our kingdom. Considering everything that's happened, he seems less than thrilled about that. I suppose that explains why all of the nobles were gathered. They came under the guise of paying their respects. But it's clear they all wanted to get closer to the new king of Wyverngard. I think the Fregas were the only ones who genuinely came to give their condolences. That's because the Fregas are cool. The Fregas are cool. Speaking of the Fregas, I think you need to know, his occupation has changed. I saw Beatrice before I was knocked out. I think she may have been the one that killed Garrick Pierce. Why would she be there? It does say king. Oh, dude. This too is Kingdom. By which I mean the Korean drama about what if zombies were in the Joseon dynasty. Which is really good and you should watch it. I'm sorry. I know she's your friend. But we already know she's not above committing murder. I see. I suppose if you're saying it, it must be so. I love Aster. But what possible reason would she have to be involved in something like this? I don't entirely trust Aster anymore, don't worry about it, but I like him. I'm not sure yet, but I plan to find that out. I was like, I hope you guys see me giving the characters head pats like this properly. I hope it doesn't look like I'm just doing something random. I'm patting him on the head. By the way, where were you during the murders? I remember you left with Steelwind and Celeste and I arrived at the cathedral. Ah, yes. Steelwind and I left to speak with High Speaker Arceus in his quarters. Arceus, yeah. What was your meeting about? It was actually about our wedding. My father's death, Lord Steelwind wanted to finally make our union official. Oh! I would congratulate you two, but considering the circumstances, I understand. And I appreciate your words nonetheless. Anyway, how long did this meeting last? I believe we spoke with him until 1:40 p.m. Fuck. I have to keep writing things down. God. Okay, 1:40 p.m. 1:40 p.m. Why are there things before our meeting now? Until 1:40? Okay. 1:40, meeting with the Pope ends. But Von Sanctus died at 2:05 p.m. That means she began her rampage less than half an hour after that meeting. Was there anything off about her behavior? Now that you mention it, something about her demeanor changed. Oh, Aster. We were speaking of the wedding when she abruptly left. I asked her where she was going, but she ignored me. That sounds similar to what happened when Celeste fought her. There's no way she was affected by Mage Blight. 1:15 to 1:40. Okay, hold on. Writing that down. 1:15. 1:40. Marriage meeting. I honestly didn't think much of it at the time. I'm quite used to her giving me the cold shoulder. Right. Possible that the Steelwind the witnesses saw wasn't actually real. Does that mean the Steelwind that attended the meeting was also a fake? Anyway, what happened after your meeting with the High Speaker? Did you see Steelwind after that? Actually, I found myself caught up in something else entirely. At 2 p.m., I went to go pay my respects at my father's coffin. But apparently someone had set a magical trap there.
What?
It was a glyph of contingency. Right at 2 o'clock. Glyph of contingency. When casting this spell, the caster must choose another spell they know. The caster casts that spell, but the contingent spell doesn't come into effect. Oh, okay, it's a delayed reaction. Said it takes effect when a certain condition is fulfilled. That is a cool spell. The contingent spell takes effect immediately when that condition is fulfilled.
I have heard of that spell. It's like a trap you can set, and you can infuse any spell into it.
But it requires a second contingent spell to place that trap. Which spell was it? It was a force cage, targeting me. Okay. Oh, it is a 5e spell? I've totally never noticed it. Ugh. Because I know there's illusion, like programmed illusions that you can do. But that's fucking neat. Force cage.
Was the murderer trying to attack Aster too?
I don't think so. They would have used a more lethal spell if they wanted to. But from the sounds of it, Force Cage can't be dispelled. Maybe it was also to protect Aster. So Aster would have been trapped inside it for that full hour. We think the murderer used this as a distraction. Because of that trap, the Kingsguard consolidated most of their attention and forces on my location. As a result, there were fewer people guarding Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce. Oh, Glyph of Warding. That's what that does? Glyph of Warding sounds like it should be, you know, a shield. Right? Hold on. I have to look up Roll20 again. Okay. Kate! Hi! Glyph of Warding. What do you do? Hi, Kate. Hi, Kate. This is a... This is a bad time to come in, Kate. We're on the final case. Shit's going down. Okay, Glyph of Warding, what do you do? This is such a long spell description. Why is this spell description so long? Yay, thank you for coming in to say hi. Okay, you decide what triggers the glyph. The glyph's inscribed with the... Oh, okay, it's a little bit more limited. It is just a damage trap, right? Bye, Kate. Thank you for stopping by. Okay, yeah. Glyph of Warding, slightly less, what the fuck is it? It's more limited. And the ones that were there all fell comatose. They can't tell us what happened to them. This fucking horse is killing me. And yet another inexplicable event is added to the list. Functions of Glyph of Warding does let you store other spells, but it has limits. Okay. I was like, I'm not reading all that. It is a very long spell description. After everything you've learned, you highly doubt that Steelwind was affected by Mage Blight. So someone must be behind what happened, but who? Anyway, it seems he's told you all he knows. He probably didn't witness much after he was trapped by that force cage. Oh, I didn't realize that he had successfully gotten trapped. What goes through the mind of such a tortured creature?
What is it with you and this statue?
I don't know. But I can feel its emotions as if they were my own.
It's an inanimate object, Tyrion.
Repario Arcanum.
Okay.
Hey, Aster. Hey, Aster.
Okay, that's it. He's so cute. I hope he didn't kill anybody. West-facing balcony. Supposedly, this is where the murderer threw Sybil's body into the lake. Oh, hello there. What the... You're really detailed. You must be the Pope. As you inspect the area, you catch the attention of an old man nearby. From his garb, he appears to be someone who works at the cathedral. I don't believe we've met before. What are you doing here? Sorry for the intrusion. I'm Tyrion Cuthbert, and this is my bodyguard, Celeste McCoy.
We're investigating the murders on behalf of Prosecutor Steelwind.
Why are you not anime? Doesn't look nearly as criminal as I expected him to be. Tyrion Cuthbert. I have heard of you. Judging from his thoughts, he probably hasn't heard many good things about you. But forgive my rudeness. I am Theon Arceus, High Speaker of the Church of Bahamut. Cool. So you're the one who saw Steelwind here during the murders. Do you mind if we ask you some questions? He scans you warily. I suppose there would be no harm in that. I can only do so many old man voices in a game. We heard that you saw the prosecutor acting strangely here. Would you tell us more about what you saw? Did it look like she was having a psychotic episode? I wouldn't go that far, but she was certainly acting strangely. How did you come across her? Well, I was on my way to the prayer room. I always recite prayers from the draconic texts around that time. Wait, he was heading to the prayer room? When I saw her, I first thought she was just enjoying the view of the lake. I was about to go greet her. When I approached her, I saw that she was throwing something off the edge of the balcony. Okay, so I'm thinking, do we have a map? Do we have the map? Map. If she was on the balcony right around when he usually goes to the prayer room, she must have been here first to get caught by the Pope, and then gone to the common room, presumably to get caught by Alaric, and then to the prayer room. Right? That must be it? You must have seen her dumping Sybil's body. You're probably correct. I came to the same conclusion after they found that poor woman's body below us. Although... What is it? I only saw it for a second, so perhaps I'm wrong. Lady Sybil was wearing much brighter colors this morning. Right, her outfit was different. Whatever Lady Steelwind threw into the lake, it looked much darker. What does that mean? I'm sorry, I can't really explain it. Perhaps I was just seeing things. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be, after all. Could have just been a trick of the light. Interesting. Wait, if you saw Arya dumping Lady Sybil's body, she must have just murdered her. That means you must have been heading to where we were at the time. Oh, were you praying there with Lord Pierce? Not exactly. What? That's not what the guards told me. Guards? You mean the ones standing watch outside the prayer room? Yes, they told me that Pierce was praying with some acquaintances of his. Said the same thing to Lady Steelwind as well. Wait, Steelwind was there too? Yes, she appeared to be waiting for something. But anyways, I didn't want to disturb them, so I went back to my quarters to pray there. High Speaker didn't see her fighting Celeste. She must have started her attack after he left, but why would she bother waiting? Either way, we can't exactly question those guards.
Yeah, they're still comatose after the attack.
Actually, the High Speaker's quarters aren't that far from the prayer room. How did you not hear anything? Ah, it must have been because of the magical wards in my room. Magical wards? Are they there for security reasons? Not exactly. I actually suffer from chronic insomnia. Even the smallest sound will wake me up at night. Years ago, I had some mages enchant the walls so sound couldn't travel through them. Interesting. I can't hear anything from outside the room once I shut my door. That does sound awfully convenient. You'd doubt he'd lie about something that you could so easily verify. Either way, you should make a note of this. Well, I don't think the thing we should be concerned about is the fact that he's lying about the room being soundproof. I think we should be concerned about the fact that there is a soundproof room. There's some sort of debris on the ground. You pick up one of the pieces and feel it in your hands. It appears to be some kind of gravel. Oh, her stone skin. Oh, that must have been the thing that was darker than the stone. Balcony provides a perfect view of Lake Galacrond. A lot of people probably come here when the Grand Cathedral is open to the public. Cliff. I can see a military stronghold in the distance.
They must be able to see a lot from that high up.
Interesting. Okay.
Arcanum.
There are traces of transmutation on the pieces of debris.
That would imply that a spell specifically targeted or created whatever this came from. I doubt someone created these bits of gravel. It must have broken off of something else. The stone skin. and everything? You believe you found everything you came here for. You should probably move. Okay, is it time to talk to her? I think it is. Aria! You arrive at the dungeon to speak with Steelwind, but you can't find her anywhere. The Inquisition and the Kingsguard must still be processing her. We should come back later. Are you kidding me?
She attacked a member of the royal family and killed several nobles. What else is there to investigate? The laws are clear about what we must do. We should execute her immediately.
Who are you? Like, I know we saw you, but who are you? Alaric, the situation is of far too much import to make such rash decisions. We need to approach this calmly and carefully. As you return to the nave, you spot the young prince in an argument with that nobleman you saw earlier. Now that you think of it, you still have no idea who he is.
Oh, it's you two.
Your Highness. And I don't think we've been introduced.
What? I see you're still as insolvent as ever.
Okay, how do I pronounce all this?
You stand before Sir Remus Vergile, Archduke and Royal Advisor to the Wyvern Guard throne.
I believe he means advisor. Which immediately means I don't trust you. Archduke? You didn't even know the Kingdom of Wyvern Guard had a title like that. Why haven't you ever heard of him before? Okay, Remus Vergile. Your first name being one of the founders of Rome is not a good sign. The age being question marks, not a good sign. Also, yeah, Remus and then Virgil. The two distinctly Roman-sounding names is not a good sign. Why are you two here anyway? I thought the cathedral was closed for the investigation. We're investigating what happened on behalf of Prosecutor Steelwind. I see. Anyway, I have much to attend to. I'll be taking my leave. You sense a tinge of anxiety. Is he avoiding you? Actually, since we have you here, we have some questions for you. The both of you.
You should know your place, knave.
Oh, he's so little. Oh, God. Your Grace, where were you when the murders took place?
Just what are you trying to insinuate?
Please, Alaric, there's no need for that. To answer your question, I was speaking with Lady Frega's familiar. Tracker? No, it was the demon who calls himself Maranath. What? Why would you want to speak with him? He was actually the one that sent for me. According to him, he had some information that was of great import to me. You didn't make a contract with him, did you? Of course not. What kind of a desperate fool do you take me for? No, he gave me the information he had freely. But why would he do that? Demons are supposedly always trying to trick humans into making deals with them. Looking back, it must have been a distraction. What a fool I was. I knew he was playing with me. But I knew he couldn't tell lies, and the information he had was too important to ignore. If you don't mind me asking, what was the information about? I'm sorry, but I can't reveal what he told me. It could endanger the people that I care about. Rest assured, I doubt it has anything to do with the massacre. Your Grace, we've only just met. I can't exactly just take your word for it. I suppose that's fair. But believe me when I say that I plan to take this information to my grave. That's ominous, but he's clearly intent on keeping their conversation a secret. Anyway, several members of the Kingsguard were watching us. They can verify my alibi. How long did this conversation last? More times. I arrived to speak with him at 1:50 p.m. and I didn't leave until 3:10 p.m. So you were talking with Marinath the entire time the crime was going on. Marinath and Remus. No, not Marinate. Marinath talked the entire length of the crime. So 1:52, 3:10. So he was accounted for during the time frame of the murders. But why would Marinath go through the trouble of distracting him in the first place? Whoever orchestrated this also used a force cage to trap Aster. Demonic familiar Marinate. Were they trying to distract the forces in the cathedral? Or were they trying to keep certain people out of the crossfire? That's what I'm thinking. Like, why were the Wyvern guards protected? Either way, it's clear that Beatrice has a lot to answer for. Poor Beatrice. Hi, Alaric. Your Highness, we heard the prosecutor cast a spell on you when you saw the fire in the common room. Can you tell us more about what happened?
I can't believe she attacked a member of the royal family. She was completely irresponsible with her magic.
I understand your feelings about this, but we can't say for certain that she inflicted mage blight on herself. We don't even know if it was actually her.
I saw her with my own eyes. Plenty of other people did too.
Either way, where did this happen? Oh, little...
I was on the path outside the common room. I saw smoke coming from the building, and I saw Steelwind walking away from it.
So this must have been after she murdered Von Sanctus. I wonder if... Nah, never mind. I have a feeling I already know the answer, but was she behaving erratically?
No, she very deliberately cast a spell on me.
Which again implies that Mage Blight wasn't behind this. Do you know which spell she cast on you?
I'm not sure. I've never been affected by a spell like that before.
From the magical traces on him, we know that it was a transmutation.
Transmutation spells manipulate and change physical matter. It's scary to think about what that might do to a human body. Are you sure he's okay?
Lord Asclepius inspected him, and he doesn't appear to have any lasting injuries. We're hoping the spell's effects were only temporary. Could you describe what you felt when you were affected by it? That might help us identify which spell it was.
Well, I was extremely dazed, and my ears were ringing. My vision was also partially blurred. It was as if my mind was in some sort of fog. Whenever I tried to speak, I couldn't even form words with my mouth. I could only make grunting sounds. I couldn't walk either, so I had to crawl on the floor.
Did you get polymorphed? I think he got polymorphed. I'm sorry you had to go through that. That must have been traumatic. Oh. What kind of transmutation spell would do that to him? It had to be something that affected his senses. That sounds like he got turned into an animal. You already told us that she wasn't acting erratically. I wonder what would make you... What would make your vision worse, animal-wise? You already told us that she wasn't acting erratically. Was there anything off about her demeanor?
I only saw her for a moment. But she was definitely different than usual. She was completely emotionless. Yeah, that's exactly what she was like when I fought her too. It's like she was an arcane construct. Her movements were almost robotic.
Wait, are there any arcane constructs on the cathedral grounds? It's not gonna be arcane constructs a third time. No, not for lack of trying on Lord Von Sanctus's part. The High Speaker and I have specifically forbidden the staff here from using them. Oh, was it a fifth? God. It would be really convenient if all of this was done using a construct. Although you are a little tired of seeing them in your cases. Anyway, was anyone else around when Steelwind cast that transmutation spell on you?
No, she moved away quickly after she incapacitated me.
That would also explain why they couldn't find Alaric if he didn't look like Alaric.
And even if someone was around, I don't think I could have seen them anyway. Hi, Maddie!
Oh, poor little baby. Case 3 was a case 3, it doesn't count. Hold on, let me look at this again. Ah, wait, go back. God, there's so much stuff already. Okay. Blurred. Aha, reconnected. Allegedly. Did it work? Fuck. Ah, I'm back. Okay. Good lord. Okay, you can... It might take a second before it's back. I may actually use the moment to take another break, but... Yeah, give me... Oh, you're just audio only. Okay, great. I am going to still... My internet is also garbage. That's probably why it disconnected. Give me another, 30 seconds. I will be right back. Okay. Probably. Hold on. Okay, there's like a significant delay. But it looks like I'm back to normal. I've been thinking about taking some law classes, which got me thinking about taking some law classes because that's what I was thinking about. After all that, I don't want to be a lawyer. What did I miss? Okay, yeah. Hopefully it's all good. There appears to be a significant delay. That might be because my internet sucks right now. Yeah, I think there was just a weird hiccup. I'm gonna keep going. As soon as I rearrange my windows in such a way that they make more sense for me to look at. There we go. People seem to really hate you. I mean, not as much as if you're a voice actor in anime, but they still hate you. That covers Alaric's account of what happened. And we even got the Archduke's statement, too. There's still one last person we need to speak to.
Arya.
She and Beatrice supposedly have no memories of what happened. If it were only Beatrice saying that, I'd probably doubt it. But if Steelwind also doesn't have any memories, it becomes a lot more credible. She definitely has the missing piece we need to put this together. Are you going to the dungeon to speak with her? I am. Wonderful. I'll be accompanying you.
What?
As the royal advisor, I have a vested interest in the investigation. Oh. I don't like that. While I trust Lucio to leave no stone unturned, I hear you have quite the talent for seeing what the crown cannot. Well, it's not as if you have the authority to stop him. But you still don't know him very well. You'll need to be wary of what you say in front of him. Hey kid. Hey kid, do you want to see my attorney's badge? Good thing you came out of this unharmed. A lot of people lost their lives today.
Steelwind knows better than to harm a member of the royal family.
Yeah. All she did was cast a spell on you and trap Aster in a force cage. It's a little terrifying how untouchable he thinks he is. Little shit. Anyway, let's go talk to Arya. Finally. You arrive at the dungeon and see the prosecutor sitting in a holding cell. She seems extremely stressed. It's as if she's trying to figure something out.
Mr. Cuthbert. And a sneeze. And your grace.
The killer delivered de bear. Steelwind gives a wary look to the Archduke. How are you doing?
As best I can, all things considered. What brings you here?
We're trying to investigate everything that happened.
I see. I was wondering if you could answer some of our questions.
Steelwind, I know your situation is pretty grim right now. But you know you can trust me.
You're not the person I'm worried about. At this moment, I don't even know if I can trust myself. What?
We heard that you don't have any memories of what happened. Is that true?
It is. No matter how much I try, I can't recall anything.
What's the last thing you remember?
I believe I was leaving my meeting with the High Speaker and His Majesty. After the meeting, I was planning to return to the nave to speak with my father. But I suddenly felt extremely nauseous. I thought some fresh air might help me feel better, so I went to the balcony.
The one over Lake Galakrond.
Yes, that one. The last thing I remember was losing consciousness as I looked at the lake.
And did you cast any magic before this happened?
No, I didn't.
Are you sure you don't remember anything after that?
I don't. All I remember is waking up to the sound of someone sobbing. It was Celeste. She was crying over your unconscious body, Mr. Cuthbert.
Oh. We must have been really fucked up. I feel like we've completely ruled out Mage Blight. So I doubt that's why you can't remember anything. Are there any spells that can specifically modify or destroy people's memories? It would certainly explain a lot of this.
No, arcane spells can only affect the physical world. Throughout history, mages have attempted to develop spells that can affect the mind. There's no recorded history of any of them succeeding.
Modify memory would explain a lot. But you're assuming that arcane spells are the only type of magic that exists.
What?
I think you've observed it already. There are magical creatures in this world that don't use arcane magic. Isn't that right, Mr. Cuthbert? What? Does he know about the Eye of Horus? I'm not sure what you're trying to imply. Don't take me for a fool. Several of my associates attended Frega's trial, and they all heard what that demon referred to you as.
Heavensborn.
I learned that Lumina had anything to do with this. Your Grace, I'm not an agent of the Theocracy. And even if what you're saying is true, I wasn't the one who manipulated Steelman's memories. But I suppose you raise a good point. If something... Sorry, I'm trying to eat a cough drop. If something affected Steelman's memories, it wasn't necessarily an arcane spell. In fact, it couldn't have been an arcane spell. It was definitely something else.
You're probably right. Which proves that I'm responsible for the murders.
What? You just said that you don't have any memories of what happened. Why are you so convinced that you're responsible for this? Hey, this happened to one of my PCs once. I told the Inquisition already. I saw Beatrice before I passed out. She's clearly involved in this somehow.
There's more to this than you realize, Mr. Cuthbert. For the past few months, the Inquisition and I have been investigating a string of seemingly unrelated murders. During each of those cases, we were able to apprehend the perpetrator without issue. But there was always something off about them during questioning. The murders were always abnormally gruesome and passionate, and each of the perpetrators said the same thing. They all said they had no choice.
No choice?
Cases like this have been occurring throughout Wivengard, and very little connects the perpetrators to each other. All except one thing. Each of them acted as if someone had controlled them against their will.
They were probably just desperate. Most murderers try to make excuses after they're caught. They could even just be in complete denial.
Orem said the same thing, but these cases were far too similar for me to ignore. I wondered if they were telling the truth. Perhaps each of these murders was committed by an unknown party. I didn't have any concrete evidence, but I knew whatever I was getting close... But I knew I was getting closer to... something.
I like when they give the prosecutors, like, a thing that they're working on. Like, Edgeworth barely gets to have his, like, thing like that. Because, like, Edgeworth chases down serial killers. That is, like, a thing that he does and enjoys doing. He was, like, on De Killer's case for a very long time and was apparently, like... What is his name? Canis? Like, he's also on Canis's tail. For presumably a long time before he's arrested. And we don't get to see it very often. We get to see Van Zeeks' bullshit towards the end of that game. Oh, right, and Joe Dark. I fucking forgot. But anyway, Joe Dark and then, like, also Lana having, I guess Lana and Gant both taking down Joe Dark. Like, I like when the prosecutor has a thing that they're focused on outside of you. Steelwind, I don't mean to be rude, but this sounds
Completely insane.
You don't even have any physical evidence to prove these murders are connected.
There's one piece of evidence, but it's hardly concrete. but it does tie each of these cases together.
She takes a small parchment out of her pocket and shows it to you. Is it the purple mark? Yes. It's a purple symbol.
Several of the people we arrested had an item with this symbol on it.
Welcome back. I also left and came back.
None of them could remember where it came from or even what it was. They all somehow knew that it was called the purple mark.
But there has to be an explanation for this. It could just be some esoteric superstition that we don't know about.
If that's true, then ask yourself one thing. Where did I get this parchment from?
You don't mean...
I found it in my pocket after I was properly confined. Whoever I've been chasing must have left it there to taunt me. For all I know, they could have controlled my body and forced me to draw this symbol myself. Either way, this all but proves the massacre at the cathedral is related to it.
I don't want to dismiss what you said, but this definitely won't hold up in court.
Nor should it. If my mind has been compromised, I can't take the risk of leaving this dungeon. Otherwise, I could end up harming more people.
Wait, are you planning to spend the rest of your life in prison?
That is what is necessary to keep everyone safe.
But what about Aster? Weren't you two supposed to be married soon? He's the king now, and you can't rule Wyvern alongside him from a holding cell.
You're correct. But he's always been a remarkable person. You should have no problem finding another suitress.
You feel an overwhelming sadness emanating from her as she says that.
Maria.
Oh.
No. What?
You're not going to sacrifice everything for someone else's actions.
Mr. Cuthbert, I am not going to risk more lives. If I were to hurt His Majesty, I would never be able to forgive myself.
Please don't ask me that of me. Oh, we can... Yes! Steelwind is going to throw away everything that she cares about for the greater good. Even if she was the one who did all this, she's not the one who's responsible. You can't... Hold on, I want to go back to see what that is. You can't let her resign herself to a fate like this. We get to argue against Arya. And we didn't have to build it up, because we know her. Steelwind acts for the greater good of the kingdom, regardless of the amount of suffering she must endure in doing so. She's deeply in love with Aster and will do anything to protect him. However, she's still a rational person and will be receptive to logical arguments. Steelwind, are you seriously just going to throw your life away?
If it were necessary, I would give my life for this kingdom. If someone controlled my actions today, they can and will do so again. And as long as that possibility exists, I can't trust myself.
It's not the issue here. If someone else is responsible for what happened, then we need to find out who they are. They're still out there. That's assuming that this person can continue to do so. We don't know how this mind control works. We can't just drop this without finding out what really happened. You'll lose everything if you just let this happen. That's not the issue here. If someone else is responsible for what happened, then we need to find out who they are. They could still be out there.
If that's true, you are fully capable of finding that out yourself. As I've said, I have no memories of what happened. I'm sure one day you'll be able to find out what happened.
But you'll already have lost everything by then.
Damn.
She acts for the greater good of everything. She's
rational person who would be... let's try doubt. But that's assuming that this person can continue to do so. You said so yourself. You haven't found any evidence to prove your theory. We don't know how this mind control works, and we don't have enough information. We can't just drop this without finding out what really happened. I suppose you're right. But I doubt there was any goal to this. I've been investigating these murders for months, and I've never been able to find any personal clues as to who the perpetrator is. There's no way to connect them to this. Whoever did this was a sadistic individual who wanted to cause as much suffering as possible. No, Alaric was safe. As was Aster. The trapped king. That's not true, Steelwind. Whoever did this had very specific targets in mind. Both Prince Alaric and the High Speaker saw you when the murders were being committed. Not to mention, they set a trap for Aster. What? Let's assume that someone was controlling you. They wouldn't have left Alaric, Arceus, or Aster alive if they were trying to kill as many people as possible. I suppose you have a point there. But even so, that hardly narrows things down. If someone was controlling me, they wouldn't need to enter the cathedral to use me. Perhaps you're right, and the perpetrator only wanted to murder the 3 victims. There's plenty of people who might want to see those 3 dead. So we need to find proof that the perpetrator did enter the cathedral, right? Where is the glyph of contingency gesture? Or cast a spell, the contingent spell doesn't... There's one thing you're overlooking. Before the murder started, someone trapped Aster within a force cage using a glyph of contingency. But they didn't harm him. It was probably just a distraction. Nav! Hi! Welcome! Hey, yeah, I think somebody did cast Fireball multiple times in a church, and now someone's dead. In fact, now 3 people are dead. Even so, this gives us 2 very important clues. Many people are dead. The first is that whoever did this is capable of casting those 2 spells. This means that the perpetrator was a mage. No, really? That's true. But the second clue is the most important one. That's not Arya, but the second clue is the most important one. Whoever set that trap for Aster, they did so within 24 hours of it triggering. This means that the perpetrator must have been someone who attended the funeral. Oh my god. So it was one of them. That narrows down our list of suspects substantially. There's a chance we can identify who did this. And if they really did control your actions, we can find a way to prevent them from doing so again. Steelwind, you need to fight this. I can't. What? Why not? We pursue an individual like this. They might retaliate even more than they already have. Wanted to remove me from my position. How will they react if I try to resist? It might hurt even more people to send a message. It's far too dangerous. We can't, back down in the face of injustice. If we let the perpetrator get away with this, we're letting them know that their actions will go unanswered. I doubt someone like that would go so far. They might decide to lay low and wait for things to die down. Whoever did this had a goal far bigger than you. And you have no guarantee that they'll stop you there. Who will they target next? Your father? The king? Sorry, Arya. Whoever did this had a goal far bigger than you. And you have no guarantee that they'll stop here. 3 nobles died today, and 2 of them were near the top of the hierarchy. What if they decide to go after more victims?
Who will they target next? Your father? The king? We need to catch them before they can do more harm. I know you're frightened about what might happen to the people close to you. But we can't let someone that dangerous get away with this. Oh, Arya.
When you put it that way, I suppose I have no other choice, do I?
Yay!
I never realized it before, Mr. Cuthbert.
What?
You really have a bad habit of butting your nose into other people's business, don't you?
Yeah, I suppose I do.
But you're right. We can't let this go. I'll find a way to dispute this. Somehow. Thank you, Mr. Cuthbert.
I think we've known each other long enough. You don't have to be so formal. You successfully argued against Arya Steelwind. Perhaps I misjudged you. I forgot you were here.
I know I agreed to fight this, but
What is it?
you're the most qualified attorney in the nobility. You'll definitely be able to make a case for yourself. As you probably know, House Sybil controls the legislative and judicial branches of our kingdom.
That's a lot of branches for one family to control.
And they've nominated my father as the prosecutor for my trial.
Yeah, turnabout goodbyes, idiot. What?
No one believes my theory of mind control. Everyone believes that I overspent my magic and gave myself mage blight. As a result, they blame House Steelwind for Coraline Sybil's death. Now, the only way for him to redeem House Steelwind is to convict me and sentence me to death.
But he's your father. There's no way he would.
Get turnabout goodbyes, idiot. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. When I was a child, my mother accidentally overused her magic and induced mage blight within herself. In her resulting psychotic episode, she massacred an entire village of commoners. No. House Steelwind almost lost everything after that. To redeem himself, my father personally oversaw my mother's trial and her execution.
That's...
My father values his duty to Avangard over everything else. Nothing matters more to him than that, not even his family. I want to have confidence in myself. I don't know if I can face him like this.
Anyway, that was fucked up. Mr. Cuthbert, what is your stake in all of this? What? You hate the nobility, don't you? So why are you so intent on helping Miss Steelwind? If you turn out to be the literal High Dragon in human form, if you are literally the Scaled Lord himself, his eyes are a weird color. That is a terrible way to predict that. His eyes are a weird color, and I've been looking at them this whole time because why are his eyes silver? But also his name is Remus. Like founder of Rome. Possibly the founder of the Church of Bahamut. Anyway. Because she's innocent. I know she is. She would never be irresponsible enough to give herself mage blight.
Mr. Cuthbert,
It doesn't matter if she's a noble or a commoner. She's being oppressed by the system and she deserves a fair trial. Well said. What? I, Remus Virgile, hereby grant you the privilege to serve as Miss Steelwind's counsel. Wait, really? I will be acting as the judge and arbiter of Miss Steelwind's trial. It is within my right to grant such permissions. Thank you. But why would you... Do you think I've made a mistake? No, of course not. I'll serve as Steelman's attorney. If she will have me. Oh, she's smiling. We finally got this sprite. Oh, I'm so happy. Yay. We got a nice Arya sprite. Oh, yay.
Of course. There's no one I would trust more with this. And please, you've done a lot for me already. You don't have to be so formal. Please call me by my first name. Celeste has already taken to doing that. But since you'll be defending me, you'll probably need this.
Yay! Thank you. Aha, you have polymorph. I was right. I was fucking right. I'm telling you. Are we gonna go through the yes? Okay, firebolt. Yep, that lines up with the fire started in the what the fuck is the room? The common room. It will set the object ablaze if it's flammable. Hold creature. While concentrating on the spell, the target will be unable to move any part of their body. And you know, hold person. I'm trying to think where this would have come up in the... I don't know. Steel Wind Strike, right! Target caster... The caster strikes targets of their choice within a 40-foot radius with a slashing force. Each slash has the might and power of a mage blade and can cut through thick metal armor. The ultimate spell of House Steelwind and its spell formula is a closely guarded secret. So Steel Wind Strike is functionally... big giant fucking knife, right? Like, she used the hold person on Redmond in case 2. Yeah, I remember her using it in court.
Polymorph.
The caster transforms the target within 30 feet of them into an animal. The animal can be any creature that will fit into a 2x2x2 cube.
Oh, you can only turn into something little.
For the duration, the target's senses and intellect will also be changed to match that of the animal they are transformed into.
That is a... Ooh. There's so many fucking spells. Okay, Dispel Magic. Choose any magical effect within 120 feet. Dispel Magic. Okay, hold on. It only ends the spell's effects. It doesn't undo anything. So Dispelling Shape Liquid will only prevent the caster from further manipulating the liquid. It won't unfreeze the liquid or change its shape back to normal. Okay. Then it's a... Oh, and Dispel Magic is what Celeste used to show Marinath also. And it's settled. We will hold the trial at my home, the city of Ladon. Ladon? I've never heard of that place. Speak with Lucio. He knows the location well. Why are you on a first name basis with Lucio? Kidding. Before you ask any more questions, the Archduke leaves without a word. He really has a bad habit of just walking away from conversations. But I guess we should consider ourselves lucky. Even if it's unorthodox, the situation will let us approach this like any other trial. Oh, right, she used it to dispel the Celeste Aria. You had no idea what you were in for when you agreed to this. And what proceeded next would be unlike any trial you've ever been in. But even so, you persevered as you've done in the name, always done in the name of justice. Regardless of what you'd have to sacrifice to do so. That's not ominous at all. Ooh. Pretty. I'm gonna keep going.
Tyrion? We're definitely lost.
You followed Lord Steelman's directions to the ladder. But it appears you found yourself in the ruins of an old city rather than the estate of the Archduke. I don't understand. This should be the place. The map even has that giant tree north of here.
This can't be the city of Ladon that Virgile mentioned.
It should probably be Virgili, shouldn't it? It's Latin. Like, there's... fucking... What was I gonna say? Latin pronunciation is kind of debated because it's a dead language, but...
It doesn't look like anyone's lived here in centuries.
But Lord Steelman's directions were pretty straightforward, so why are we... Wait a minute. Did he give us the wrong location on purpose? Hold on. Please, what kind of dishonorable cretin do you take me for? Lord Steelwind. What are you two standing around here for? The trial will be starting shortly. He's not alone either. He's flanked by a division of the Kingsguard and Arya. But it's difficult to tell if they're escorting her or keeping watch over her. You can see one of the knights channeling a spell over Arya. It must be an anti-magic field. Even now, she must still be wary about someone taking control of her mind. Wait, this is where we'll be hosting the trial? Yes. The Archduke has always been sentimental about this place. And I doubt such a none of those words were in this. And I doubt a normal courtroom would have enough space. What? I really don't know what possessed him to trust you. It's a miracle he's taking part in this at all. But nevertheless, let's not keep him waiting. Before you can ask him to elaborate, he walks past you and heads towards one of the central buildings. It's completely dilapidated. You're a little worried it might collapse on you while you're in it. This duel is dual destinies! You look at the prosecutor and raise an eyebrow at her, but she merely shakes her head. It's clear she's just as lost as you are. All right, I guess we're doing this. The ruins are filled with everyone who was at the Grand Cathedral that day. And they all seem to be just as out of the loop as you are. The only person who seems unfazed by this entire situation is Lord Steelwind. He kind of looks like, why is his name escaping me? What the fuck is his name? The Witcher. Henry Cavill. What is his name? Oh my god. Geralt. He kind of looks like Geralt. There we go. Jeez. Ah, my earbud fell out. He's taken possession at the opposite end of the room. It seems that he truly plans on prosecuting his daughter. Thank you all for coming here today. I appreciate your cooperation with our investigation. Why have you brought us here? This place is filthy. It's crawling with insects and vermin. My apologies, but what happens here today must be kept under wraps for now. This, too, is the Great Ace Attorney. I had to choose I had to choose a location that was away from modern civilization. But nevertheless, I welcome you all to my home. He's not beating the dragon location. Location? Accusations. Allegations, even. Wait, you live here? I do. Your Grace, I know you wouldn't bring us here unless you were completely certain. But I want to ask you one last time. Is this truly what you wish to do? There will be no going back after this. What? I've made many mistakes in my lifetime. Hold on a minute. What the fuck is... I'm texting my friend who DMs with me because I think I figured something out, and it'd be really funny because if I did figure it out correctly, I wrote the same thing into our campaign. I've made many mistakes in my lifetime. I gave Wyvern the means to protect themselves, but all it did was warp them into something monstrous. I'm totally right. I'm totally right. I grew bitter seeing what I'd created, so I isolated myself from my people. I thought the best course of action would be to stay in seclusion and leave Wyvern to fend for themselves. I see now what a fool I was. I abandoned my kin to survive in an unjust world. And now foreign powers have ingrained themselves in my kingdom. All because of my negligence. Foreign powers? Does he still suspect that you're an agent of the theocracy? Well, no more. It's time the people of Wyverngard and their enemies remember who watches over them. As he raises his hand, magic begins to swirl around him. What's going on? He's totally a dragon. He's totally a dragon. I'm telling you. The entire room is violently shaking. Whatever he's casting, it's unlike any magic you've ever seen before. A blinding light envelops him, but you can faintly see his form changing and expanding. And from it. Wait, is that? What did I fucking say? What did I say? What?
It's a dragon!
He's just sitting there. As the Archduke assumes his true form, the gallery breaks out into hysteria. Some of them kneel in reverence to the ancient dragon, and some of them cower in absolute terror. You even see some of them attempt to flee before they're stopped by the Knights of the Kingsguard. I love that it has a question mark. I didn't trust that age question mark, I'm telling you. Remus Virgili? Enough. This may not be a court, but I will have order. You're an ancient dragon. No, you're the last ancient dragon. That is correct, Heavensborn. I am the Lord of all lords. This too is Final Fantasy XV. You stand before Rathalion, the Scaled Lord. I got the dragon names mixed up. Remus Virgili is an alias I assume when I walk amongst your kind. But make no mistake, even in my human form, I have always had the strength of an ancient dragon. Until now, only the lords of House Steelwind and the kings of Wyverngard have known my true identity. But I will hide no longer. Sorry, the idea of Lucio being like, I don't think it's gonna be big enough, but okay. For the building is so funny. My will alone will determine how this trial ends. I love how the eye color was like totally not a hint either. Like his eyes are not the same color. I wonder, oh, that's not Eris talking. I wonder if Rathalion is still alive, like you said.
I wouldn't be so surprised. Despite everything, our kingdom's constitution still includes him in our government.
Wait, really?
As the savior of our kingdom, he was given an honorary position on our political hierarchy. His authority technically rivals that of the king.
So that's why you're acting as the arbiter. You're the only person with authority to convict any and all of the nobles here. Make no mistake, Mr. Cuthbert. I will remain impartial regardless of what transpires here. I doubt that. I will not interfere in this trial, nor will I try to manipulate its outcome. I will only mediate its proceedings. He keeps blinking, like a little lizard. And pass judgment when necessary. Well, that's certainly terrifying. What's he gonna do, start eating people? Now then, with introductions out of the way, shall we proceed? Of course, Your Grace. The prosecution is ready. The defense is also ready. Just a little guy, just a, 20-foot tall little guy. I'm sure we're all thoroughly aware of why we're gathered here. But for the sake of doing this properly, could you please list the charges, Lucio? Of course. The defendant, Arya Steelwind, is charged with several counts of manslaughter. The victims include many knights from the Kingsguard who are still unresponsive. And of course, there's Lloyd von Sanctus and Coraline Sybil, the heads of House von Sanctus and House Sybil, respectively. What is this farce? The trial has been over before it began.
Lady Steelwind clearly overestimated herself. Even a child knows to be wary of Mage Blight. No, don't you see? This is Bahamut's judgment. The divine powers that be clearly think she is unfit to rule at the king's side.
Might I remind the court of my own testimony? I witnessed Beatrice Frege in the prayer room before I lost consciousness. Isn't it suspicious that this occurred around 15 minutes before Pierce's death? I didn't even hear his objection because it lagged. If I recall correctly, you only caught a glimpse of her. You don't know if it was someone else disguised as an illusion. You didn't even speak to her. That's all the more reason to call her to the stand to explain herself. She has already testified that she has no memories of what transpired during the massacre. There is no need to drag this out any longer than necessary, Cuthbert. My client has a right to a fair trial, and Beatrice Frege's involvement clearly implies some sort of foul play. Enough. I find Mr. Cuthbert's request to be reasonable, and I agree that Lady Frege's actions are quite suspect. Very well. Let the defense have this battle. Hold on, I'm gonna... His arm is too long, but I assume he's holding out the axe the way that Arya does. I only hope for his sake that his blade strikes true. Why is everything a war metaphor with you? Hey, Beatrice. Hey, Marinath. Beatrice. I'm glad you're safe, Mr. Cuthbert. Not for lack of trying on your part. That wasn't... I have no memories of what I did. If I hurt you, I am truly sorry. She actually looks pretty sincere, but it's not as if this is the first time she's lied to you. To be honest, I'm still a little doubtful about your memory loss. But I'm not the only one who experienced it. Arya also has no memories of what happened. And how would you know that? That was a really big one. Word travels quickly in the dungeons. What? Regardless, if you truly have no memories of what happened, could you testify about what you do remember? Perhaps there's a clue that we haven't discovered yet. Very well. I was with my sisters and my guide, Eris Ilmater. I was speaking with them in the garden when I suddenly felt ill and lost consciousness. When I woke up, my sisters found me. They said that I had gone missing for over an hour. I was confused. But when I later heard what happened, I realized that someone must have taken control of my body. I have no memories of what happened, and from what I understand, the same thing happened to Arya. And to make matters worse, there's nothing that indicates who may have controlled our actions. So she's also saying that someone was controlling her. Well, her testimony does match up with Arya's statement. But there's something off about the way she's testifying. If she were trying to lie to you, she would have been a lot more vague. What is she doing? She's been missing since the massacre happened. I really hope she's okay. Oh, make no mistake. She's definitely okay. What makes you so sure? You remember anything about what happened to her? No. But it's just a feeling. Enough of your speculation. Tell us what happened next, Frege. I love that Marinath is just hanging out. If they were with you, shouldn't your sisters have noticed this? According to Leif and Miriam, their pet dog was running amok in the hallways. They left the witness with Ilmater to chase him down. And when the sisters returned to the garden, both Beatrice and Ilmater were gone. We can verify that. Do you remember anything after that? Damn, I didn't read what it said before. No, I really want to remember, but I can't. She certainly looks like she's telling the truth. But history shows that she's hardly trustworthy. And you have no memories of what happened?
No, none at all. I can only imagine what I was forced to do while I was unconscious.
Forced? What do you mean by that? So you're also saying that someone controlled your body?
Yes, it's the only explanation for why you saw me in the prayer room.
Jesus. Scared the shit out of me.
Absolutely ridiculous. Arcane magic is not capable of mind control. You're spinning a fairy tale to absolve yourself.
You're compelled to agree with him. So why do you feel like something's wrong?
Think what you will. But please believe me when I say I have no memories of what happened.
Your statement does match up with what happened to my client. But you clearly already knew what happened to her. You could just be using that knowledge to fabricate an alibi.
I suppose I can't blame you for thinking that after what you saw. Mr. Cuthbert, I know it doesn't mean much coming from me, but I am telling the truth.
That remains to be seen. Why would you even bring that up?
Well, if you had any evidence that someone else was controlling us, it would exonerate both me and Arya. Think, Mr. Cuthbert. Isn't there anything... That would be a best-case scenario, wouldn't it?
What?
It's nothing. She looks extremely frustrated for some reason.
She knows. She knows Eris is trying to manipulate. The way she's testifying is just a little bit strange. She immediately concluded that someone had taken control of her. Why would she bring up what happened to Arya? Anyway, I know what we have to for that. I'm curious, actually. I want to press it again. Oh, it does it again. That's fun. I'm going to see if Celeste has anything to say also, just out of curiosity. Oh, no, she doesn't. I forgot. Okay. 6. Present. Nope. Present. Purple mark. Why would she say something like that? You found the contradiction, but it was almost like she gave it to you. Beatrice, you said there's no indication of who orchestrated this. But there is one piece of evidence that does that, albeit loosely. And what would that be? This symbol. You pull out the parchment with the purple mark and show it to her. Marinath, you're reacting.
Marinath? What are you doing?
What's wrong?
He's using his powers to suppress our connection.
Magic.
I can't actually see what you're trying to show me.
Marinath, can you stop being petty and just let her see it?
I don't take orders from you, Heavensborn.
I wonder, Mr. Cuthbert, what is on that parchment?
You see, Beatrice, Arya has been investigating a string of murders throughout Wyverngard. These murders appear to be unrelated, despite how gruesome they are. But they all share one thing in common. This symbol was found at each and every crime scene.
Don't tell me my daughter has roped you into her little conspiracy theory. Your mind control defense would be laughable if it weren't downright insulting.
Lord Steelwind, during the gap in Arya's memory, someone placed this mark in her pocket. It was clearly some sort of taunt from whoever orchestrated this.
Nonsense. She clearly drew that symbol herself during her psychotic episode. I've had to listen to her go on and on about her insane theory. She was obsessed with it.
Mr. Cuthbert, aren't you curious about what just happened?
What are you talking about?
Think about it. Why did... My apologies. I don't know why I said that.
Is everything okay, Beatrice? Yes, I'm perfectly fine. Anyway, it looks like you'll have to figure the rest out on your own. Wait, what did you actually say? Because I missed it. Oh, interesting. The transcript now shows the fucky wucky. Figure the rest out on my own? What do you mean by that? There's nothing to figure out. Your Grace, these two are making a mockery of us by spouting these insane theories. The defense clearly has no case. End this at once. No. Considering what I know, I'd like to indulge this theory. What? The judge is finally giving you a chance for once. That's a first. You shouldn't waste this opportunity. You've actually been noticing it for quite a while. Beatrice has been acting strangely since the trial began. It's suspicious, but not in the way that seems to implicate her. It's almost like she's intentionally trying to make you realize something. Girl, she's like inside of her own bread. Inside of her own, I tried to say brain and head at the same time. She's inside her own head, like screaming at you right now. Why don't you pull on this thread a little more? Ooh. She just asked you if you were curious about what just happened. You're not sure why she stopped herself when you asked for elaboration. Oh, we get to call it out? Tyrion. Hid, presented, denied, revealed. Beatrice revealed a contradiction in the testimony. Nope. Oh, Marinath hid the purple mark from Beatrice. Marinath. He didn't allow Beatrice to see the purple mark. He'd only do that if Beatrice would recognize it normally. Why would Marinath interfere? Marinath is her familiar and has to follow her orders. But things have clearly changed now that she belongs to the Empress of Discord. So why would a demon like Marinath interfere like this? Mastermind has been lying about is related to an urban myth, a demon, a nobility. The purple mark is related to is related to the ancient dragons? No. Oh, is related to demons. The purple mark must be related to a demon somehow. That's the only explanation as to why he would prevent her from seeing the mark. But Arya has been investigating murders throughout Wyverngard. Does this mean that her investigation also has something to do with the demon? Arya suspected that each of the murderers was acting against their will. And now both Arya and Beatrice are also claiming that they were controlled. You can't explain what happened to Arya and these other individuals, but you do know why Beatrice might not have full control of her actions. Beatrice lost control of their actions due to a blood contract. You recall what was written on Beatrice's contract during her trial. It said what would happen if she failed to claim House Freyga. Her soul, her mind, and her life would all be claimed by the Empress of Discord. Which is definitely Eris. If this Empress of Discord owns Beatrice's mind, would that mean they could also control Beatrice against her will? But if that were true, Arya lost control of her mind due to a blood contract. No, that can't be right, can it? Did Arya seriously sign a blood contract with a demon? But why would she ever do that? But it's the only conclusion that makes sense. You can't think of any other way someone could control her against her will. And there is one way to find out for certain. The Divine Edict. That same ability you used against Beatrice in her trial. It was instinctual at the time, but you have some understanding of how it works. It creates a copy of a blood contract between a contract holder and the demon who created it. But for it to work, you need to know the name of the contract holder.
In addition to that, you need the name of the demon who created the contract. Goddess of Discord. Right now, you're only relying on guesswork. But going off what you know, the demon who made the contract must be Eugene Haraldson, the so-called Empress of Discord. She was mentioned in Beatrice's blood contract. You still have no idea who or what she is. However, she was mentioned in a blood contract created by Marinath. She must be his superior in some way. That might explain why Marinath doesn't want Beatrice to identify the purple mark. You're not sure if a pseudonym is enough, but it's still the closest you can get with what you know so far. You've been awfully quiet for a while, Mr. Cuthbert. What are you thinking about? He's probably imagining new ways to futilely stall for time. I think I finally figured out why the witness and the defendant can't remember anything. And it would also explain why they didn't have control of their actions. Again with this. If you're so convinced of my daughter's conspiracy, why don't you prove it? I knew it. Even you don't believe in the nonsense you're spouting. Lord Steelwind, I want to be wrong about this. If I'm right, the implications don't bode well for anyone involved. So instead of telling you, I think it would be better to show you. Empress of Discord, wherever you may hide. Damn it. I knew you could do it. By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Arya Steelwind. Oh shit, it was real. The blood contract seems strange. Unlike Beatrice's contract, it's only one page. Even stranger, there's a large empty space at the top half of the page. There are only a few sentences at the bottom. For the intentions of this contract, the person who hands the contract to Arya Steelwind will be referred to as the patron. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. This contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the patron so long as they both live. It's signed with Arya's signature. Why do I feel like the top half is a contract with Lucio? No. This can't be true. This is... Oh, what is your gavel? Is it just you screaming? That's really good. He says roar. Enough. Stop prattling amongst yourself. No, this is a sham. This wretch has clearly created a convincing fabrication. It's genuine, Lucio. It's impossible to falsify something like this. You can't deny the truth anymore, Lord Steelwind. I was kind of hoping the dragon was going to lift his entire head and just, like, smack it on the table really hard, like when giraffes fight. There is a way to control someone else's actions. Arya Steelwind wasn't affected by Mage Blight. She was controlled against her will. Ooh, fear. With this evidence, there's no doubt that Arya did sign a blood contract. But it still doesn't make sense. I agree. Even if Arya was the type of person to sign a contract with a demon, there isn't a single part of this contract that benefits her. Are we going to be able to say that a contract... It would be really, really funny if we ended this with saying that a contract signed under duress is not legally binding, and she's released from it. She was threatened by the nobility. Lord Steelwind. Arya signed the contract because she was threatened by a normal document. It must be because it looked like a normal document, right? So it's like, we can't say because she was threatened by Lucio that easily, right? No. Okay. It looks like a normal document. There's a large empty space above the terms of your daughter's contract. When I issue a divine edict, it creates a copy of the blood contract that I call for. I think when she was given this contract, it probably looked like something entirely different.
Something else was written in this empty space to make it look like a normal legal document. Which means that my client was not in control of her actions that day.
Objection!
Enough of this. All of you. You see now, Lord Steelwind? Arya was not responsible for what happened.
That remains to be proven.
What are you talking about? She has a blood contract that relinquishes control of her free will.
Not having control and not being responsible are two very different things, Cuthbert.
What?
I'll admit, the defendant may not have had control of her actions when she murdered the victims. However, she did have full control of herself when she signed this contract.
Are you serious? No one in their right mind would willingly sign a contract like this.
And what of Beatrice Frege? Was she in her right mind when she made a contract with the demon Mariner? If we can't hold the defendant responsible, surely we should also acquit Lady Frege for the murder of her father.
That's hardly the same thing.
I, for one, fail to see the difference. A fool made a deal with the demon, and as a result, several esteemed members of the nobility were killed.
She's your daughter, Lucio.
And how does that change anything?
Damn it. He seriously doesn't care if he convicts Arya.
Honestly, this only places more responsibility on her for what happened. I could have accepted if she had been reckless and accidentally induced mage blight. Whoopsie. But to sign a contract with a demon, that only further espouses the need to put her down.
She was clearly tricked, Lucio.
Is that so? As a fellow attorney, would you really sign a contract without carefully inspecting it? Whether it was through foolishness, negligence, or both, the defendant willingly signed a blood contract. She compromised herself, and as a result, 3 nobles died. The responsibility falls squarely on her.
Wait. Even if she willingly signed that contract, that's not entirely true, is it? The demon! Lucio, there's clearly someone else to blame for Arya's actions that day.
Oh? And who would that be?
I'd like to reread my client's blood contract to the court. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. That can only mean one thing. Whoever this patron is, they took control of my client and used her to murder the victims. That's right. They could still be out there.
None of us are safe until this patron is apprehended.
Surely we can't end this trial while every member of the Wyvern Guard nobility is in danger.
Well played. I'm compelled to agree with Mr. Cuthbert. Trickery or not, it's clear someone wished ill intent on the nobles.
And until we know who this patron is, you can't pass judgment on my client. Not until we know the circumstances that she signed the blood contract under.
And what would you have us do, Cuthbert? The contract has no stipulations about proximity, or how this mind control works. For all we know, this patron could have murdered the victims all while sitting in the very home.
There was a clear intent behind this attack. Even if the patron didn't directly participate in the murders, they definitely had a motive. If Arya was being controlled, then we can analyze her behavior to determine who was controlling her.
I see. That does sound as good a plan as any. At the very least, we can't allow this patron to escape justice. Despite the questions raised, we've clearly made some headway. I believe we should take a brief recess to process these revelations. Very well. Yes, I would like to save. I will do a little of this recess before ending stream. You step outside the Scaled Lord's lair to get some fresh air. These new revelations are a lot to take in. Celeste looks especially down. From what you've observed, she and Arya have been speaking to each other a lot. They must have become friends over the many times they've met. You can't imagine how powerless she feels right now. I'm so glad they're friends. Hi, Arya.
Arya, I'm so sorry.
Don't be. Her voice begins to break. She's always been stoic, but it's clear that even she has a breaking point. I can't imagine what you're feeling right now. But there's still hope. If we can find out who did this to you, we can still save you. You remember if you've signed anything recently?
No, I don't.
Damn it. The patron must have wiped your memories to cover their tracks.
But I still don't understand. Even if I don't remember signing that contract, I don't think I would be that careless.
Right. As much as I hate to admit it, Lucio was right. You're an attorney like me, and we always carefully look over contracts before we sign them. Which raises the question of how the patron got your signature.
I don't know. Just...
Damn it. We don't even know what circumstances you were under when you signed that contract. For all we know, the patron could have used any number of tactics to coerce you into doing this. That's also possible?
Arya,
As you're deliberating amongst yourselves, Lord Steelwind approaches you. Get out of here! What are you doing here?
Father.
Can't believe him. How does he have nothing to say? His actions say otherwise, but you could have sworn you saw something through the eye. It's almost as if he was saddened and worried. Well, no matter how he feels internally, he's made it clear that he's your enemy. Whatever his motivations are, you'll overcome him, just like everyone else. We should also head back, Celeste.
Right.
No matter what it takes, you're going to see this through. Oh, maybe I'll play a little longer. Just slightly. Court is now resumed. Shall we pick up where we carried off? How would you like to proceed? I think we should review what we do know about the murders. We do have a plethora of witnesses to work with. That's correct. So let's start from the beginning. A very good place to start. It all began at noon yesterday morning. I was at my house in Rat Home with Arya and my bodyguard, Celeste. Oh, okay. I was speaking with them when a courier suddenly delivered a letter to my home. It was from Garrick Pierce. He wanted to meet with me and Celeste at the Grand Cathedral of the Scaled Lord at 2 p.m. To make sure we were on time, we arrived at the Grand Cathedral at 1 p.m. At the time, we didn't know that the cathedral was closed to the public, but the knights guarding the cathedral allowed us through anyway. Apparently, they were expecting us. That should not have been possible. Due to the the seriousness of the situation, we were very particular about who was permitted to enter the cathedral. It's possible someone pulled some strings to let us through. Or you two entered the cathedral illegally. Well, I'm sure that the knight from the King's Guard can vouch for us. I know about every order given to the King's Guard, and none of them were told to let you two through. It's possible that the night we met fell comatose like the others. And as long as they're unresponsive, we'll never know. Perhaps we should continue. Anyway, we arrived at the church and spent the next hour sightseeing before we went to meet with Pierce. In that time, we met with Remus, Lucio, Arya, Aster, and Alaric.
And around that time, Arya and Esther left together to meet with the High Speaker in his quarters. While exploring the cathedral, we spoke with Von Sanctus and Sybil. Then we spoke with the 3 Frege sisters and Eris Ilmater.
Eris Ilmater.
She's a friend of Beatrice Frege. The King's Guard wouldn't let her bring her familiar into the cathedral, so she brought Eris to guide her instead. Anyway, we left the garden at around 1:45 p.m. to meet with Pierce in the prayer room. And at the same time, Arya left her meeting with the High Speaker and felt nauseous. The last thing she remembers is looking at Lake Galakrond. I don't know why the name of the lake kills me every time.
A likely story.
Regardless, at 2 p.m., Aster went to pay respects to his father's body. Unbeknownst to him, a mage had placed a glyph of contingency in front of his father's coffin. It was set to trap him within a force cage.
What a despicable act. Considering what followed, the attack on His Majesty must have been a diversion.
Right. It was also at this time that both Beatrice and Eris went missing. Considering the timing of it all, someone must have taken control of Beatrice's body after the trap on Aster was sprung.
And you are saying this patron controlled her as well?
No, I don't think so. According to her contract, her mind belongs to the Empress of Discord, not the patron. Oh, I was going with those being the same person. Furthermore, Arya's blood contract was created by the Empress. It's clear that the patron and the Empress were in league with each other.
Wonderful. Another demon we have to worry about.
Anyway, the patron and the Empress had all of the pieces that they needed. Aster failed to press F to pay respects. That's when they began the massacre. Patron took control of Arya's body, and they used her to murder Von Sanctus at 2:05 p.m. Presumably, Arya started a fire in the common room around this time. And since Von Sanctus's body was found there, this must have been after she murdered him. Hold on, I want to check something. Who has Force Cage in their compendium? You have Force Cage? You don't have Force Cage. End wounds, fire bolts, shape liquid, dispel magic, steal and strike, detect magic, polymorph, hold creature. Okay. So you could not have done the glyph of contingency. Shortly after, Prince Alaric spotted smoke from the fire and asked Arya what was going on. Arya responded by using an unknown transmutation spell to incapacitate him. Turned him into a frog.
I think they would use her to attack the prince as well.
Luckily, the effects of that spell were only temporary and Alaric came out unharmed. After this, the patron used Arya to murder Sybil at 2:15 p.m. She brought Sybil's body to the westward balcony where she dumped it into Lake Galakrond. High Speaker Arceus witnessed this, but he wasn't aware of what she'd thrown off the balcony until much later. The High Speaker thought this encounter was strange, but he continued with his business. He headed to the prayer room, but he was turned away by the knights standing guard there. Meanwhile, Celeste and I were talking to Lord Pierce. When we showed up for the meeting earlier, he was clearly expecting someone else to show up. We tried to get to the bottom of what was happening, but he refused to answer our questions. And at about 2:20 p.m., we heard a commotion outside. Celeste went to investigate. And that's when Celeste fought Arya. The patron's target was Garrick Pierce, but Celeste was too powerful to neutralize. They fought each other for about 15 minutes, I thought it was 20, before Arya was finally able to push past her. During their fight, the Empress sent Beatrice into the prayer room. She probably made Beatrice invisible to move undetected. He then used her to cast a sleep spell on Pierce and me to knock us out. I remember checking the time close to when this happened. This must have happened at 2:30 p.m.
If your testimony is correct, Beatrice Frege was actively used in this plan.
Yes, and considering how quickly the massacre unfolded, the Empress must have coordinated with the patron. They probably planned how they would use Beatrice and Arya to carry out the murders. Anyway, after Beatrice knocked us out, Arya finally pushed past Celeste and entered the prayer room. And before Celeste could chase after her, she had already murdered Pierce. Arya and I were already unconscious by the time Celeste entered the room. Patron had already achieved their goal of murdering the three nobles. So she probably fell unconscious after they released their control over her. Arya and I regained consciousness shortly after. That's when the Inquisition arrested her for the murders.
Lord Pierce was one of the victims. Your meeting clearly had more significance than he'd realized. Than I'd realized, even. Fuck. So tell us, Cuthbert, what was your discussion about?
It's fine. You can tell them.
Alright, as long as it's okay with you. For the past few months, Celeste and I have been investigating who her birth parents are.
I recall receiving many complaints about her during the Lord's Ball.
Supposedly, Garrick Pierce had the information we were seeking. That letter he sent us said he wanted to trade this information for his freedom. I assumed this meant that he wanted me to be his attorney.
Do you honestly expect us to believe that? Why would he ask help from the attorney who indicted him in the first place?
We thought the same thing. And when we arrived for the meeting, it was clear I wasn't the intended recipient. This means that Pierce sent that letter to someone else.
You better not be lying to us, Cuthbert.
Frankly, I don't much care if you believe me. Regardless, if we examine every action Arya took, we can build a psychological profile of the patron. This is crazy.
I will give you that.
To begin, the defense would like to call the Inquisition commander to the stand.
Yeah, or
His testimony might shed some light on how Von Sanctus and Sybil died. Despite all these witness accounts, we still only know how Pierce was murdered.
Yes, he was impaled. Yeah, he was impaled using a blade magically frozen from his own blood.
Oh, it was on his blood. That's horrifying. In a grim sort of way, it's almost poetic that he died the same way Flynnhart did. But you doubt that will give Celeste any kind of closure. Anyway, we need to find out exactly how Arya murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil. The massacre was swift and efficient. It must have required a lot of forethought and coordination. If we figure out who might have had this knowledge, we might be able to find out who did this.
I see. That sounds as good a plan as any. Kingsguard. Escort Commander Orem White to the witness stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
I'm going to check Arya's compendium one more time. What could she have used to suffocate? Wind wounds, firebolt, shape liquid, dispel magic, steel wind strike, detect magic, polymorph, hold creature. Could she have used... I don't know if hold creature would suffocate somebody. Maybe.
Right,
Commander?
I'm sorry, I just can't do this. How am I supposed to act like this is normal? A giant lizard is standing right behind me. Calling me a lizard is highly offensive, Commander. Sorry, your scaled lordship, sir.
Commander, just try your best to testify about what happened.
Yeah. It all started when we received a report from the Kingsguard. The prosecutor attacked Prince Alaric, and a fire had broken out in the common room. We weren't sure what the deal with Steelwind was, so we went to the common room to put out the fire. But when we got there, we noticed a bunch of unconscious knights in front of the prayer room. We went to the prayer room. That's when we found Steelwind and Cuthbert unconscious next to Pierce's dead body.
Old creature being used to suffocate. What is this? Curare and the Adventure of the Great Departure?
We later found the bodies of Von Sanctus and Sybil too. That's when we realized she offed all 3 of them. So you still have no idea how Steelwind was used to murder Von Sanctus or Sybil? Not a clue. It's especially worse for Von Sanctus. That fire burned a lot of the physical evidence off his body. What about Sybil? Was there any physical evidence on her body? No idea about that either. She didn't have any wounds either. All we know is that she died of suffocation. There's definitely more information you can glean from their investigation. And this is mainly based on Prince Alaric's testimony, am I correct? Yeah, well, we still have no idea which transmutation spell she hit him with. Judging from the time of the report, this must have been well after all 3 of those murders occurred. Yeah, it was unfortunate how that played out. If Steelwind really was controlled, whoever controlled her knew how to get the job done quickly. That leaves the question of how they did this so efficiently. Hold on, let me see if I can actually, figure this out. Unconscious nights in the prayer room. The last statement was a little vague. Perhaps you should ask him to elaborate more on one of the murders. Could you elaborate more on Pierce's murder? Was there any evidence that implied how he died? Well, that one is simple. McCoy chased Steelwind into the prayer room but didn't arrive fast enough. When she got there, Pierce was already dead. He was killed using a blade magically formed from his own blood. How did the blood leave his body? But why would she do something like that? When he murdered Flintheart McCoy, he only used shape liquid to avoid leaving behind any evidence. I doubt the patron would make Steelwind do the same thing. The intent was to pin the crime on her. We think she knew McCoy was on her tail. She didn't have enough time to suffocate him as she did with Von Sanctus and Sybil. As she didn't have any weapons on her, she must have had to improvise. But she has other spells that could have done the job. She could have hit him with a Steelwind strike. I know from experience that she is terrible at controlling that spell. It's possible she didn't want to unleash such a powerful spell in a closed room. That sort of tracks, but it still doesn't feel right. You can't really refute it now, it'd be best to move on. Anyway, the other 2 murders were really well planned. Pierce's murder was the only one that required improvisation. It's possible the patron severely underestimated McCoy's combat capabilities. She fought my daughter for almost half an hour. Meanwhile, the other 2 murders occurred within quick succession of one another. Yeah, I see what you mean. Anyway, please add this to your testimony, Commander White. Sure, whatever you say, kid. He must have improvised a weapon using shape liquid. Cause of death was blood loss. Like, what made him bleed in the first place if it was made of his own blood? Okay. Compendium. Shape liquid is in her compendium. Shape liquid. Okay, so it wasn't Steelwind Strike because she can't do that, is our bit. Firebolt. She could have used Firebolt. Objection! That wasn't it. Whoops. Despite how much you know, there's a lot of missing details on how Von Sanctus and Sybil died.
The Inquisition might have found some clues you missed. You should have the... we should ask about the other murders. Oh no. There we go. Oh, this is new dialogue. Whoopsie. Going back. Which is strangely similar to how he murdered Flintheart McCoy.
Lord Pierce was one of the targets of the patron. It's likely they knew about what happened during McCoy's trials and drew inspiration from that.
Still, though, it seems awfully creative for something they came up with at the moment. Dante reference.
Well, don't the legends say that demons engage in contrapasso?
Say what now? Some people believe that when souls are sent to hell, they're punished in a way that relates to their sins. I had to study contrapasso in detail in high school. In high school and in college. Because in high school, we had like a couple units in my Italian class on Dante's Divine Comedy, which is why I'm obsessed with it now. But I also took a specific Dante course in college. So contrapasso came up a lot. Some people, I've read that already. In Pierce's case, he committed murder with a frozen blade. It's possible this Empress wanted the patron to murder him in the same way. Although, you still can't say for sure. Wait, go back. Oh, I see. It gave me an additional one. Dante's home in Florence. Sick, the one that he was exiled from. Fucking...
From what it sounds like, this patron wasn't planning on letting McCoy live. That drawn-out fight must have really thrown a wrench into their plans. I find that a little strange, though.
How so?
My daughter is a worthless soldier. She has no talent for combat. And I've experienced McCoy's battle prowess firsthand. As much as I hate to admit it, McCoy could have easily overcome her in an even fight.
It was her magic that was the problem. And I had no idea what kind of spells she could throw at me, so I had to be careful. And despite everything, I really didn't want to hurt her.
That kindness could be the death of you, McCoy.
You could tell what houses rich people lived in because they had iron horse tether points embedded in them. Yeah, that checks. It'd be better to just let that slide. Anyway, is Pierce the victim you want to focus on? There we go. Perhaps you should ask him to elaborate on one of the other murders. That's what I was trying to get. Okay, let's do Von Sanctus first. Was there any evidence that implied how he died?
Like I said, it's trickier with Von Sanctus because the fire partially burnt his body. And our divination magic could only tell that he died of suffocation.
I see. So there's no other physical evidence?
Well, there is one thing. From his burn marks, we do know that he was hit with a firebolt before he died. We're guessing she wanted to weaken him before she dealt the final blow.
So he took a direct attack from her before he died. Anyway, please add this to your testimony, Commander White. He didn't have anything to defend himself with. Yes, he did. He had Force Cage. Right. Firebolt is in her spell compendium. And Von Sanctus wasn't exactly a fighter after all.
Yeah, the poor sap didn't have a chance. He must have been in immense pain from that attack.
Private wells in Renaissance Italy had fences and actual guards at them because it was common practice to attempt to poison the well of an enemy. Renaissance Italy and the history of poisoning is bonkers. I'm basing a small part of my next Dragon Age player character on that. Can it stop bugging out like this? Damn it. Hold on. There we go. Okay. He did have something to defend himself with. He had... Why is it not letting me present? Dude. Hold on. Try this again. There we go. Christ. Can we present this, or is it... I'm just gonna go with Forest Cage. Just in case. Okay, it was that. That's strange.
What is it now?
Commander White, you said that Steelwind attacked Von Sanctus with a firebolt before she suffocated him.
Yeah, she probably wanted to injure him so he'd be easier to subdue.
But that's what I find strange. Von Sanctus knew he was under attack. So wouldn't he cast Force Cage to repel her?
I guess that's true. Von Sanctus was hardly a warrior, Cuthbert. Force Cage is an extremely useful spell, but it has to be aimed. He was hit with Firebolt, and he must have been in immense pain. I doubt he'd be able to think clearly under those circumstances.
I normally agree with you, but the crime scene tells another story.
What do you mean, Mr. Cuthbert?
The crime scene, wherever that is. Abjuration around the body. There we go. Nope. Damn. That's not it. Abjuration around the body. Traces. Okay. That's fair. When we investigated the crime scene, we found traces of abjuration magic that formed a perfect square around the body. I'm sure if we measured the dimensions of that square, it would be 10 feet by 10 feet.
Which is the same length and width as the cube created by Force Cage.
Like you said, he was in no shape to aim it. So he cast Force Cage on himself to create a makeshift barrier.
Nonsense. If Von Sanctus had cast Force Cage on himself, he should have been protected from further harm. The defendant shouldn't have been able to suffocate him after that.
Perhaps there's some way to bypass Force Cage.
And once again, your ignorance of the arcane arts is made apparent. Force Cage is one of the most powerful abjuration spells in existence. It can't be dispelled, and no one could teleport into or out of it.
Right. Aster was also trapped in a Force Cage. And he had to wait for the hour duration to elapse. So how did Steelwind suffocate him? Wait. If Force Cage is a perfectly closed space, is it possible that he ran out of air?
That would be a glaring weakness. As Von Sanctus obviously designed that spell to allow oxygen through the barrier. And before you ask, poisonous gases can't be pushed through the barrier either. Only oxygen can travel through it.
Right, and even if he had used poisonous gas, the autopsy report wouldn't have said he was suffocated. I was about to say, would fire have suffocated him, but we already said that wouldn't pass through the autopsy. Only oxygen can travel through the bounds of a Force Cage. So how did Arya suffocate Von Sanctus despite that? All the oxygen inside the cage consumed... The fire consumed all the oxygen. No? Arya cast spell to bypass. We know it's not cast a spell to bypass the cage. Yeah. Consumed all the oxygen inside the cage. In the common room? Okay. Force Cage is specifically designed to allow oxygen through its barrier. But what if there was no oxygen left in the room?
No oxygen. Ah, I see. It was the fire in the common room. The patron knew Arya couldn't harm Von Sanctus once he was in that Force Cage. So she started a fire to eat all of the oxygen within that room.
That should have protected him. What should have protected him ended up trapping him. And the inability to dispel it ended up sealing his fate.
Well, I suppose that explains how the defendant murdered Von Sanctus.
Oh wait, he has an actual age now. 1,203.
Occupation scaled, Lord. But with that in mind, a lot of this plan sounds like it was improvised at the moment. Just like the murder of Pierce. Not only that, we assume the patron used the same method to kill both Lord Von Sanctus and Lady Sybil. I think she suffocated because she was stuck in her stone thing.
That doesn't look a day over 750.
But I doubt Lady Sybil died under the same circumstances. Correct. There was only one fire. And if Sybil was in that force cage, the defendant wouldn't have been able to throw her body into Lake Galacrond. Which means Sybil must have died by asphyxiation elsewhere. Then it's clearly our next course of action. Whoops, then it's clear our next course of action is to determine how Lady Sybil was murdered. But we still don't know where she was murdered. And the only witness who saw her around this time was the High Speaker. Which was after the defendant disposed of Sybil's body.
Well, the High Speaker's testimony is as good a start as any. For our next witness, the defense would like to call High Speaker Theron Archaeus to the stand.
What's wrong? It's nothing. Please carry on.
Okay.
Kingsguard, escort High Speaker Archaeus to the witness stand. Witness, you will testify about.
Oh. Oh, this is really funny. Oh, this is gonna go great.
Oh, great and blessed scaled Lord! To think you would grace us with your presence. Oh my god. Ah! You must think I'm an arrogant fool. Forgive me, Lord Rathalion, I spoke out of turn.
Wow, it looks like the witness is schmoozing the judge for once.
How many times do I have to tell you people that I'm not a god?
You just asked the Pope to testify in front of Jesus.
Yes, I revere and serve the god of dragons, but I'm not Bahamut's avatar. But you're the scaled lord. I'm just a dragon. I'm not even a powerful one. I'm not a deity. This humility. Oh, this is so funny. That's exactly what Bahamut's avatar would say. I swear to God. He even swears by the god's name. Lucio, please handle it. Perhaps another approach is warranted. High Speaker Archaeus, the great and powerful Rathalion calls upon you today. We require your... You require my blood? Of course, I would gladly give my life for the scaled lord. What? No!
Look at that is the first way that we get this sprite.
Of course, my blood could never be enough. Would you just let me? I will do as you wish, my lord. Might take some time, though. Need time to gather some followers and... Oh my god, we just want your testimony. Just tell us what you saw when Miss Steelwind was at the westward balcony yesterday. Oh, I see. If that's truly what you wish, my lord.
Are we just going to ignore how ready he was to commit mass murder?
Be quiet. We just got him to calm down.
Let's do his Dragon Age.
I was doing some paperwork in my quarters, and I suppose I lost track of time. My alarm went off, and I realized that it was time for my afternoon prayers.
This fucking guy.
I began heading to the prayer room when I spotted Lady Steelwind looking over the westward balcony.
Just tuned back in Hello Kangaroo Dragon Court. With the Pope willing to commit mass murder. For fun.
I tried to greet her, but she didn't respond to me. That's when I noticed she was pushing something large over the balcony and into Lake Galacrond. I asked her what she was doing, but again she ignored me and went towards the prayer room.
Oh, maybe she got stuck in the stone armor as she was falling, like she feather falled and ran out. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I thought nothing of it and made my way there as well. That's when the guards there turned me away. I went back to my quarters to do my prayers there. Considering the timing of it all, this must have happened minutes before she began attacking the prayer room. Yes, I consider myself lucky. The Scaled Lord must have graced me with divine luck. Please just stop. Considering how quickly she was moving, there has to be a reason why she waited there. Was she waiting for the high speaker to leave? Perhaps you should closely examine the timing of these events. Let me open up my little fucking schedule that I wrote down of what happened. Okay. Meeting with the Pope lasted until 1:40. When did the... Oh, there was actually like a lot of time there. Okay. Okay, yeah, 2:45-ish is when that happened. Afternoon prayers, westward balcony. It's literally just the life of Brian. What was her expression like? It was very cold and emotionless. I'm not the Messiah. The patron must have had control of her when this happened. Yes, that certainly makes the most sense. Right. What time did this happen? It was shortly after my alarm went off. It would definitely be before 2:15 p.m. Oh, that's not right at all. That's not correct. Yep, no, she died at 2:18. Objection! Wait, what? There's something wrong. There is, but I'm not really sure what it means. Stop stammering and say what you want to say. And let the words fall out. Honestly. Anyway. Hi, speaker. You said that you saw Arya dumping something over the ledge of the balcony. There's no need to be vague, Cuthbert. It's clear from the evidence that he saw my daughter dumping Lady Sybil's body. That's the thing, Lord Steelwind. It couldn't have been Sybil's body. What are you talking about? The location from that balcony to where we found Lady Sybil's body lines up perfectly. That may be, but the witness just said he saw Arya dumping the body before 2:15 p.m. Maybe I was right, though. Maybe she was feather falling as she died. Wait. You see it too, don't you, Lucio? How did Arya dump Coraline Sybil's body into Lake Galacrond before 2:15 p.m.? If her time of death was 2:18 p.m. I see. That does seem peculiar. But we know the defendant threw Sybil's body from that balcony. There would be no other explanation for how it ended up there. Yes, that's also true. Perhaps she was still alive when Arya threw her off that balcony. She could have been knocked unconscious with a sleep spell. Your Grace, there were no traces of conjuration magic on her body. And even if she was asleep, she wouldn't have survived a fall from that height. The distance from that balcony to the lake is more than 30 stories. And the autopsy report says the cause of death was suffocation, not blunt force. Right. But when did she die? While she was falling. Did she die while she was falling? No, the cause of death was suffocation. Arya couldn't have possibly suffocated her while she was falling towards Lake Galacrond. There were no wounds on the body. This means Arya couldn't have obstructed her airway after she was thrown off the balcony. When did she die? Damn, really? High Speaker testified that he saw Arya dumping the body before 2:15 p.m. Was he mistaken? Perhaps the time was later than he thought. Oh! Under the water in the rocks. So instead of drowning, the armor sank her to the bottom. The stone skin. Layer of thick stone around their body. The stone will deflect and protect the caster from any physical trauma. The stone layer can be slowly broken through continuous attacks, but as long as the caster concentrates on the spell, the stone layer will instantaneously repair itself. If the High Speaker saw her dumping Sybil at 2:18 p.m., he would have been close enough to hear the fight break out. She could have only died after Arya dumped her off the ledge. So when did she die? After she hit the water? She must have died after she hit the water.
Mr. Cuthbert, Lucio just said that she would have died upon impact.
But that's assuming she didn't do anything to lessen the blow. She might have had the opportunity to cast a spell to protect herself. That might explain why her body isn't as damaged despite falling from such a great height. Feather fall!
Again, that doesn't match with the evidence. Lady Sybil's spell compendium contains the spell Slow Fall. She had the opportunity to cast a spell. She would have used that spell to slow her descent. And she wouldn't have taken any damage from hitting the lake if she'd done that.
That's a really good point. But just indulge me for a second. Where the fuck is Slow Fall? No, Sybil could have used Slow Fall, but if she did, she wouldn't have taken any injuries from hitting Lake Galacron. For whatever reason, she must have been protected by another spell. Okay, Stone Skin it is. One that lessened the impact, but didn't completely negate it. She must have cast Stone Skin on herself.
Stone Skin.
If you recall, the High Speaker mentioned that something was strange about the object Arya threw over the balcony. It was much darker, and didn't match with Sybil's usual garb. It was almost as if there was something else Sybil was wearing.
That object was actually Lady Sybil protected by a layer of stone. But that still doesn't explain why she would cast that instead of Slow Fall.
He's right. Arya... Sybil was still alive before being thrown into the lake? She cast Stone Skin on herself before she was thrown into the lake. Arya must have attacked her, and she cast that spell in response.
That would protect her from the Steel Wind strike. That doesn't seem quite right.
What do you mean?
I may not have seen much, but I saw that the object Arya dumped was stiff and motionless. If it had been Lady Sybil, she would have been struggling against her, wouldn't she?
Hold person. That's a good point, too. The High Speaker saw Arya dumping a motionless Sybil. But if we assume my logic is correct, she also would have still been alive. Arya... by a spell... Sybil was affected by a spell. She must have been affected by a spell. And considering it kept her from resisting Arya, the patron must have made Arya cast that spell on her. Hold person. Which is a really horrifying way to die. Hold person. Hold creature, sorry. It was hold creature. Sybil must have cast Stone Skin on herself when Arya attacked her. The patron must have known that Arya couldn't physically damage her like that. So they ordered her to restrain Sybil with that spell.
and Sybil died by suffocation. That's right, Lucio. Even if she was restrained, Sybil was still protected by stone skin. That would have left only one option for the patron. Sybil drown. Oh. Okay, we're just going with drowning. I was assuming she ran out of air in there. I assumed drowning would be, like, its own separate thing on the autopsy. Sybil suffocated when Arya threw her into Lake Galacrond. Her stone skin lessened the impact of the fall, but it also made her drop like a literal rock. Arya's hold creature spell prevented her from moving or releasing her spell. She was helpless as she sank to the bottom of the lake. What a terrible way to go. Yeah, all of these methods were really horrifying. Pierce is still bothering me because, like, how did he initially start bleeding for her to make the sword out of his own blood and stab him? The other thing, he died of blood loss. So he probably died before she put all of his blood into that sword.
I believe that covers all 3 of the murders then.
Yes. Lord Von Sanctus suffocated to death in his own force cage. Lady Sybil drowned after Arya cast Hold Creature on her. And Lord Pierce died after being wounded by a battle created with shape liquid. The only common thread I see is that the patron used some of the victims' magics against them.
But how does that connect to Pierce? Did he cast shape liquid to make a blade to defend himself? Maybe the murderer took it from him and used it against him? No, he was knocked unconscious alongside you. He couldn't have been the one to create that blade. Anyway, whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of each of the spells they used to defend themselves. They knew that Von Sanctus couldn't dispel his own force cage. They also knew that he still needed oxygen from within it. And in Sybil's case, they knew Arya couldn't physically harm her once she had the stone skin active.
They also knew that Hold Creature would prevent Sybil from dispelling her own stone skin.
Not only that, they did all of this in a quick time frame. Von Sanctus and Sybil died within 13 minutes of each other. And if Arya hadn't encountered Celeste, Pierce might have died just as quickly.
So whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Not only that, they came up with creative ways to bypass the defenses put up by Von Sanctus and Sybil. Yes, they had the ability to react quickly and decisively. But considering the circumstances, that hardly narrows it down. Several members of the Four Pillar families were present that day. Each and every one of them studied at the Imperial Academy. They would all be knowledgeable in magic and its applications.
Something they're saying isn't sitting right by you for some reason. There's something there, so why can't you see it?
Now, be gone, bot.
It's no use. You just can't piece it together yet. You're not finished yet. There's another angle to this. Consider who the patron did and didn't target. The victims were Lloyd Von Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. What's a similarity that we can draw between at least 2 of them? Okay, Pierce and Von Sanctus are... They're not pillar families. They're enemies of the common folk. Are enemies of Arya. Are of a lesser noble house? Are house leaders of it? No, Von Sanctus is a pillar. They're convicted murderers. Are friends of pillar families of the common folk of Arya. Okay, we have 2 pillars. Von Sanctus and Von Sanctus. And Sybil are house leaders of pillar families. Von Sanctus and Sybil were the heads of their respective households.
Are you saying the patron's goal was to assassinate leaders of the 4 pillars?
That's the motive that makes the most sense. But that does leave one question.
Don't be coy. I'm not daft, Cuthbert.
Actually, I highly doubt it was you.
Really now.
Out of most of the people here, you could have easily tricked your daughter into signing a blood contract. But why would you need to do that? You're the Grand General of Wyvern Guard's military, and the cathedral was filled with your men. You could have easily equipped one of your best mages to carry out this massacre. And you wouldn't even need to make a deal with the demon to do so. So why wasn't Lucio targeted then? From her encounter with Celeste, it's clear there's a limit to Arya's combat capabilities. Patron might have simply doubted Arya's ability to defeat the Grand General. There's also another explanation. The patron wanted to kill Arya. Wanted to frame Arya for the murders. Didn't make any attempt to hide her actions. Arya make them suffer? Oh, I see. Using Arya. Wanted to frame House Steelwind using Arya. Nope. Why didn't we start? Okay. There we go. Jesus. The patron wanted the people to suspect House Steelwind for the murders. They used Lucio Steelwind's daughter to commit the crime. And they intentionally left him alive to cast suspicion on him.
That's why they used my daughter.
Is that a tinge of anger you feel from him? Anyway, that leads me to my next point. Imagine if we never discovered Arya's blood contract with the Empress of Discord. What would have happened?
We'd still think that Miss Steelwind succumbed to mage blight. He would have been convicted for the murders, and trust in House Steelwind would forever be diminished.
About a month ago, House Freyga lost its head. And his successor, Leif Freyga, was woefully unprepared to take his place. Now, the heads of House Von Sanctus and House Sybil are dead, with House Steelwind being held responsible for it all.
All 4 of the Pillar families would have been weakened as a result of the massacre.
But I think there's another layer to this. Everything fits together if we assume the patron's goal was to weaken the Pillar families. Except for the murder of Garrick Pierce.
Yes. In contrast to Sybil and Von Sanctus, Pierce's political power pales in comparison.
Furthermore, Pierce was already scheduled to be executed next month for the murder of Flynn Hart McCoy. Why would the patron go to the trouble of murdering a condemned man?
Rudolph.
Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's parents. The patron murdered Pierce because they needed him to die as quickly as possible. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's biological parents.
My parents?
You remember what Pierce said when he showed up for the meeting?
Ah, you finally arrived.
I suppose this means you finally decided?
Wait, you two?
We got your letter.
Letter? What letter?
You sent us a letter, Pierce. It said that you knew who Celeste's parents were.
I did send that letter, but not to you two.
We weren't the intended recipients of that letter.
That's right.
If I'm right, I will yell. Well, I won't yell because it's late and people are asleep in the house, but I will internally yell. So that leaves one last question.
What? Oh. There's only one person Pierce could have sent that letter to. The person who orchestrated the massacre in the first place. The patron. What that means. The patron is someone who would be threatened by Celeste's parentage. Order. Order in the court.
But I don't understand.
I'm sorry. I know this is a lot to take in. But I think they were targeting you for some reason. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's parents and attempted to blackmail the patron with this. Instead of complying with Pierce's demands, the patron instead sent the letter to me. But why go through the trouble of luring you there? They could have just allowed Pierce to wait in the prayer room while the defendant made her way to murder him. Looking back on it, it's possible they wanted to kill Celeste too.
What?
They knew I wouldn't meet with Pierce alone, and the information he had was about her. I fear I may be right. In which case, The patron correctly guessed that I'd bring her with me. By killing both Pierce and Celeste, they'd eliminate any threat Celeste would pose to them. But who would be threatened by such information? The mere existence of McCoy posed a threat to them. It must have something to do with her birthright. Right. Oh, dude, I think I'm right. So who would that leave? King de Wyverngard just recently died. What if Celeste was a member of the royal family?
You think I'm a princess?
I don't want to suspect Aster, but we need to consider every possibility. And when it comes to conflicts of inheritance, a royal line of succession is the first thing that comes to mind. Not only that, the king would have authority to pardon Pierce for his crimes. But that wouldn't entirely make sense. What do you mean? If McCoy was abandoned at a tavern in Cornhaven, we must assume she's a bastard child.
Okay, now I don't know why you have to bring that up.
My point is that King Olivier wouldn't abandon a child of pure royal blood.
She is a princess, but that's not what Tyrion means.
The kingdom requires heirs to continue the royal bloodline. He would have leveraged her in a diplomatic marriage. That's disgusting. That's diplomacy, Cuthbert. Anyway, even if McCoy was of royal blood, Aster is the king's eldest child. And he's of pure royal blood. McCoy would have no claim to the throne under those circumstances. Right, I see what you mean. I suppose that eliminates Aster for now. Anyway, we should consider the other suspects first. So who would that leave? It's not the Eye Taker. The Eye Taker? The common criminal. What reason would he have to do this? I've heard firsthand that he was planning to expand his influence throughout Wyverngard. He was actually plotting with Beatrice to use House Freyga to do so. Since I ruined his original plans, setting up that massacre might have been his backup. Achoo. Plan. Perhaps we're looking at this all wrong. What if Celeste was a part of the royal family and they were planning to use her to take the throne? Oh god. But if he wanted to do so, why would he put McCoy in danger by having my daughter attack her? Not only that, he also had the perfect opportunity to murder His Majesty. Yeah, my theory was that Celeste was Aster's sister. Imagine if he placed a more lethal contingent spell in that glyph of contingency. His Majesty might have very well died along Von Sanctus, Sybil, and Pierce. Yeah, I suppose you're right. We need to consider every possibility. Anyway, we should consider other suspects first. So who would that leave? Much as I have my doubts, House Steelwind is the only Pillar family whose house leader survived the past month. You think I'm McCoy's biological father?
Ugh, you're barely a father to your actual daughter.
Yeah, they have similar color palettes, and also their angry sprites look very similar, but then I saw that Arya's angry sprite also looks very similar. I'm only stating that possibility for the sake of argument. As I've said it wouldn't make sense for you to frame your own daughter when House Steelwind wouldn't be blamed. But we need to consider every possibility. Anyway, we should consider the other suspects first. Frege. I recall during Beatrice Frege's trial, we heard William Frege's last will and testament. It mentioned that House Frege's assets would be divided evenly between all of his children.
If McCoy were to be revealed as a Frege, oh fuck. I fucked up real bad. His daughters would be legally obligated to share the estate with her.
Can I seriously be a Frege?
I don't want to suspect Leifer Miriam, but we need to consider every possibility. And as we've seen, the Freges are no strangers to making deals with demons. Still, it doesn't quite fit. I doubt Leifer Miriam would do something like this.
What are you basing that on?
I tend to be a good judge of character, and they just don't seem like the type to do something like this.
You're far too trusting. I hold no doubt that any of William's children would be capable of something like this.
I suppose we'll have to see. I can't think of anyone else.
Yes, there's a flaw with each suspect. Your logic is clearly flawed.
Well, you don't see him coming up with any ideas. There's something here that I'm not seeing, but I know I'm close. There's a missing piece that ties us all together.
Regardless, we still have no idea who this Empress of Discord is. I am loath to allow such an individual to walk freely through Wyverngarde.
Your Grace, you've been alive since the creation of Wyverngarden magic. Do you know who this demon is?
I can't say I do. Demons tend to take on many titles over their lifetimes. But whoever this Empress is, they are brave to so blatantly encroach on my domain like this.
Well, I suppose we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get there.
We've obtained a lot of information today, but we clearly have many questions that need to be answered. How should we proceed? What is it, Mr. Cuthbert?
I can't help but feel that there's something here I'm not seeing. I just can't put my finger on it.
We have been working at this for quite a while. Perhaps we should suspend proceedings so that we can look into these new leads. I have no objections. It would give my men some time to look into what we've discovered today. And it's settled. We'll be postponing proceedings for now. But you'll all be expected to return here by tomorrow morning. You are all free to return to your homes for the time being. But make no mistake, the King's Guard will be keeping careful watch over all of you.
There's still this constant nagging sensation in the back of your mind.
Hey, Tyrion?
It's as if you've forgotten something extremely important.
Tyrion?
What is it? What could be so important yet so difficult to remember?
Tyrion!
Sorry. I was just thinking about everything.
You're looking really stressed out. You want to head back to your house to rest?
No, we only have a day until the trial resumes. We can't figure out what happened after tomorrow. The magical traces will dissipate.
But you already know what happened, you just don't know who did it.
Yeah, but we should speak with the suspects again. Maybe if I get lucky, I'll see something through the Eye of Horus.
One of the suspects is the Eye Taker. What are you going to do about him?
Suppose I have to speak with him too.
What? No! What if he tries to kill you again?
Arya's life is on the line. It's just a risk I'll have to take.
Tyrion, do you even understand what you've been pulled into?
What?
Someone just murdered a bunch of nobles, and they even attacked members of the royal family. Now there are ancient dragons and demon lords involved too. Isn't this above your pay grade?
Ouch.
You know that's not what I meant. It's just this whole thing is crazy, isn't it?
It's fine. It's just like any of our other investigations.
It's not, though. What if the Empress of Discord attacks you?
What if the patron decides that you're getting too close to the truth? What if I can't?
Her voice begins to break. Celeste? Are you still worried about what happened during the massacre? That is such a sentence. Are you still worried about what happened during the massacre? Well, it was called a massacre, Tyrion. I think she'd still be worried. I'm fine. I already told you that you didn't do anything wrong.
You almost died, Tyrion.
I know.
Tyrion, you almost died.
I know, Celeste.
No, Tyrion, I don't think you do. Do you have any idea how worried I was when she broke past me? When I saw you all lying on the floor, so many things were going through my mind. I don't know what I would have done if you were...
You can't even complete that sentence. Celeste, You were so focused on everything else that you've been ignoring her. She was attacked by Arya and almost died. You never even thought about how traumatic that must have been for her. I'm sorry, I didn't think.
Don't apologize, just please. Please just leave this to Lucio and the Scaled Lord. You've done enough already. They can figure the rest out of it.
And what if it's not enough? I'm not so arrogant that I think they can't do it without me. What if they can't figure out who the patron is? Arya will spend the rest of our life in prison. What if I could have done something to prevent that?
I don't care if that happens.
Celeste!
I don't care, Tyrion. I'll apologize to her all you want after this, but all I want is to keep you safe. And I don't know if I'm able to do that anymore.
Even she seems surprised by what she said.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to...
I'm really happy you're a part of my life.
What?
I know what you're saying is coming from a place of care. And I'm really sorry about how much I've been worrying you lately, but...
You're not gonna stop, are you?
Like I've always said.
Man, king, or god, nothing will stop you from getting justice for your clients. I'm gonna talk to Lucio.
What?
We're going to meet the Eye Taker again. We're bringing some knights with us.
Les, that's hardly...
Nope, you don't get a say in this. And if you're not here when I get back, I will find you.
Judging from her expression, it's not an empty threat. Fine, just go. You might have a point, though. Before everything happened, you weren't even sure if you wanted to continue being an attorney. Maybe you should consider a safer, quieter life after all this is done. Perhaps a life with her. Wait, what?
All right, Lucio's cleared it. It was surprisingly easy to convince him.
Are
you okay?
I'm fine. Let's not waste any more time. Before she has a chance to respond, you hastily walk past her.
Hey, don't look so far ahead.
You need to stay focused on the trial, for Arya's sake. Well, when this is all over, you'll... Well, you suppose you don't have to think about that until then.
You're cute.
Yes, I would like to save my progress. Also, it's super late, so I would like to end the stream. Ah! No. Go back to the title screen. Go back to the title screen. Yippee! Oh boy. 5-hour stream. Honestly, that's not too bad though. I was looking back at my please go to sleep. I was looking back at my VOD times and it looks like over 4 hours is like normal for Tyrion Cuthbert, so this is fine for a finale case. Good lord, it's late. I'm very hungry, my voice is very tired. I sang earlier today. I did not think ahead to how long I would have to be talking.
Okay.
I'm just gonna assume that nobody is live because it's 1 a.m. for most people. It's midnight here. I'm going to get a snack. Everybody that's still hanging on to this chat has been here since the last time I did my spiel. So I'm not going to do it again. If Nightbot does it for me, neat. But thank you guys for hanging on, especially because I'm like 90% sure with the viewers that I had today, I have probably hit the metrics for affiliate. And if so, thank you very much for hanging out and helping me towards my goal. I will be back here tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel, at 7 p.m. CST. And also, oh my god, not my stream hiccuping right now. And also, keep an eye on my Instagram and my other social media feeds for the Ace Attorney cosplay collage. It'll be coming out tomorrow in honor of Ace Attorney Day. And yeah, to celebrate Ace Attorney Day, we'll also be playing some investigations. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. We're starting, actually, Turnabout Legacy tomorrow, which I'm very excited for. But yeah, get some sleep, y'all. Hydrate or dihydrate. I'm gonna go eat a snack. Good night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.